Go.
Yo, welcome to Knicks at Night. I'm your co-host Stephen Fox. Our host, our founder and leader, Uncle Freezy's here.
What's
The Knicks
good?
were up by. Hey, Freezy, how are you, man?
Good, man.
Let me just do a little opening here. The Knicks were up by 21 points late in the third quarter, but we only scored 16 points in the fourth quarter and luckily held on for a 103-99 victory over the Wolves. We won for the fourth time in 5 games, but it was an ugly game with the Wolves shooting 16 for 35 from 3 or 46%. It was the seventh time this season we've given up 40 plus percent from 3, but it was the first time we actually won. The Knicks are now 8-6 at home, 15-16 for the season. We face Golden State on Tuesday, and it'll be the first game with fans in attendance at Madison Square Garden. It'll be about 2,000. Randle led the Knicks with 25 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists. RJ had 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist, and shot 10 for 20, but he missed 9 shots in the paint. Our bench was outplayed again for the second game in a row as we were outscored 34-26. D Rose shot 1 for 8 and quickly shot 1 for 5 and was yanked early in the fourth quarter and never returned. Quickly only played 9 minutes tonight, and his floater is not falling for several games now. We'll go over the game. We'll recap the player's performance with the video panel and live chat. And let me say hi to my brother, Hoodie Kev. How are you, Kev?
Fox, say what's going on tonight.
Oh, I was getting scared. Freezy and I were on the back channel saying, "Oh my God, man, this doesn't look good. It doesn't look good." Glad we pulled it out, man. It would have been really depressing to lose that game.
It would have been something, I'll tell you that much.
Oh man, man, oh
I'm not
man.
gonna lie to you. At first, I was like, "Yeah, they got it. They got it. They got us," because they had all the momentum, and we couldn't buy a basket. But
Yeah, 16 points in that fourth quarter. Like I said, ick. Oh my God, we couldn't buy one, and
And
some
and and some of those were free throws late. It wasn't even offense generated. Some of those were the free throws Randall hit late.
you're not kidding. But whether I can't, I said, Barrett missed 9 shots in the paint tonight. Yeah, and everyone will say Barrett had a good game. He shot 50%, 21 points, plus 20, 4 rebounds, 1 assist. And it's like, yeah, but the
Nah,
whole
he didn't
the
have
whole
a good
thing is
game.
he could add 31 points.
He should have.
Yeah, and that's not and that's only doing a percentage of the 9 shots that he missed. But oh man, is that ugly, and the
And
pace
the
and
Timberwolves defense is garbage. And the
garbage
team,
is.
oh
Oh
my God, their defense is atrocious.
yeah, well, you know what? Like I said, this is the first we've given up 40%, 40 plus percent from 3 7 times this year, but they're so bad. This is the only time that we've won.
Right.
So, oh gosh, and we were lucky. I was nervous that Malik Beasley was going to pull a Terrence Ross on us tonight, and he
Right.
came up zero.
Right. Right. Yeah,
Well,
he's not a winning player, man. Malik
well,
Beasley is not. So
yeah.
I
He's
had
he's
a
one of those guys that just gets streaky, and you hear it, and then he goes invisible again. I'm sorry,
yeah.
Kev.
no, no. Go. I was saying something else. So I got.
Nah, but you please. I insist.
Oh no, no. I wasn't really gonna say anything. I was agreeing.
Oh,
Oh, I was gonna this game right here. When you saw the offense like that, man, if we could got Thibodeau, please give somebody else a look when guys are ice cold and are not playing good defense. Thibodeau, please, can I please get some Frank? Man, can I just let Frank walk by the scores table, man, please. You know what I'm saying? I
Other
mean,
than
come
shoot
on,
around,
man.
you know
Yes,
it's it's funny you said that, Freezy, because Tibbs in an interview today, somebody asked him, does he see Frank going down to the G League, and he said no. He's been working really hard. He's been really impressed. So I'm saying, oh, are we going to have a Frank sighting soon?
we have. I mean, man. So first of all, we need a 3 and D wing, right? A small forward, man. We need one in
Badly.
the worst way, right? I mean, it's comical at this point, right? I mean, it's like, come on, man. How much do we have to beat this dead horse, man? You know what I'm saying? Reggie Bullock is not a small forward, for one. Reggie Bullock was a guard through high school, through college. Big guards don't equal small forwards, man. I don't know why people always assume that. Like big guards equal small forwards. No, man, it's not that, man. And this dude, and I understand people are gonna say, oh, he scored 10 points. Man, man, look, he
I'm
does
not going
not
to.
bring small forward skills to an NBA team.
Yeah, he's brutal. He's
Yeah.
absolutely Kevin. Your ears must ring all the time. Every time I watch in the game and I see Bullock do something, I go, "Oh boy, is my brother Kevin saying, why the hell is this guy playing?" And you know what? I agree with you. I
Right.
agree with you.
I,
Right. And oh, go
Knox
ahead,
should have
Ken.
got some minutes tonight, man.
Yep.
here's my thing. And when Freezer says we need a 3-and-D wing, I aspire to have something better than 3-and-D. Right? I want a wing that can do more than hit a three and play defense. Right?
What 4
Three.
Huh?
We need. I'm putting up three fingers because we need a three that's a 3-level scorer. And that's
Right.
the problem, that we don't have a 3-level scorer that could do it in the paint, they could do the mid range, and they can do it from three. You know, Kevin is great, but a great 3-point shooter, but really he's only a good corner 3-point shooter. But he doesn't have the mid range, so he doesn't have that second level, and doesn't have you know, from a finishing, he's really just the third level scorer, not the 1 and 2, basically. Definitely not the two.
I believe wholeheartedly that because number 20 is a good shooter, that shot will translate to different areas on the court.
Who are you
Just
talking
like
about? Allen Houston?
I love
Who
my
yeah,
you talking
Allen
Freezer.
about?
Houston. That's
And
what
you
I'm talking
talking
about.
about you talking about Michael Ray Richardson? I mean, I don't understand who you talking about. All right.
I'm talking about the current active number 20.
Okay.
He's also light skinned, so maybe it's a thing.
Okay.
Only
Maybe
light
it's
skinned people
okay.
can wear 20 for some reason. I don't know.
All right. Okay.
Um, I believe that a good shot, can translate to anywhere on the court. It's just about the positions that you're put into. Um, so that's what kills me every time someone says, "Oh, we need a three," and it's like, "Well, no, we have one. We just need to let him develop into the player that he can be, and not have all these restrictions and short leashes on him." Because, and I hate to say this, and I've said this before, right? Like quickly, or even Obi, even RJ. I said, Tom Thibodeau doesn't want to play these kids. He really doesn't.
Nope.
And the evidence is he'll give them like when quick. I really feel like he plays quickly based upon like people would get on him if he didn't, and quickly was hot.
Right.
But as soon as he doesn't, like quickly can play as bad as Alec Burks, right? Alec Burks doesn't have a short leash at all. Not
Right.
at all. Quickly played 9 minutes tonight. How many times have we said Alec Burks played 9 minutes?
Hey,
And
Kev.
any of the times he's played bad.
Burks
Hey,
is a
Kev.
better.
Kev. I'll do you one better. If Austin Rivers was playing to his career averages, I don't think you'll see as much quickly. If
Yeah.
Austin Rivers was playing to 9 points a game and 3 assists a game, you know what I'm saying? I think you wouldn't be seeing as much quickly either.
And granted, we have like tonight would have been a very good night, right? To play a
Small ball
smaller,
lineup. Yep.
smaller
Yep.
lineup, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Because
Yep.
Taj Gibson goes out there, and you're like, Taj Gibson is not like a rotational player anymore. He is slow. Like Taj Gibson is slow.
He
Kev.
came up big on that last possession though with
Yeah.
Towns.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that Noel or was that Taj? You talking about the block?
I thought it was Taj on the last one. Well, it was Taj because Nerlens fouled out.
Oh, I thought you meant on the block shot.
Oh no.
I was gonna say that was Nerlens on the block shot. Yeah.
Well, Taj was washed last year. Taj was washed last year, and he was playing over Mitch. That's why a lot of us were mad last year.
The thing about it is, this would have been a good night to have Obi play some five tonight. To where here they got some more minutes. Obi's having played 9 minutes too. 9 minutes. And yeah, he had that one play where Cat got a 3-point play, right? and right after that, Tibbs pulled him. But besides that, I mean, what other big guy did Minnesota have that you couldn't have put Obi at the 5 for some time?
Yeah, because Nas Reed is not a big center either.
No,
Now he's 6'10". Yeah, I know.
he's not, and I'm pretty sure I trust Obi Toppin on him. So the thing is, you see, people kill me. People kill me the last few weeks, right? And it's like, no.
Oh, where we going? Where we going? Hey, Foxy, buckle your seatbelt.
No, all I'm saying is you're starting to see is games. You're starting to see who the real Tibbs is. Tibbs does not want to play these kids, and we've seen it with RJ. We've seen it with
DSJ.
Quickly, DSJ, with
Yeah.
Frank, with Knox, with Obi. But let me
With
ask you
Knicks.
this question: do you see all these kids having short leashes, right? Then ask yourself this one question. Be honest. What veteran has a short leash?
Kev, you ask us that all the time. Where we going?
No, I don't ask you that question. Name,
Yeah, you
do the
do.
veterans have a shorter leash as the kids do? Does Burks and Bullocks and Rivers until I guess D Rose came in, but the only reason D Rose, what you gonna do in that situation?
Quickly had a short leash tonight, man. He
No,
pulled him.
no. You know what I'm saying? Quickly, I'm saying the veterans. Do the veterans have a short leash?
The young kids have a super short leash. The veterans don't.
Exactly. That's the thing about it. The veterans don't have it. We've seen
But
Alec Burks and Reggie Bullock
Kev,
pick it up.
where are we going though? So what's the point of this? What are you saying? Are you saying that
I'm
Thibodeau
saying
would rather not play the young kids at all?
if it was up to I believe this wholeheartedly. If it was up to him, no, he wouldn't.
Okay, all right.
I think he just wants to win, and he just I think he feels a little more secure,
Ain't no
especially
way.
on the
I've
defensive
seen
side.
I've seen games where Alec Burks has been stone cold. I'm talking about like upstate New York when it's a blizzard outside, cold, and you see RJ.
Foxy's backyard cold.
Yeah,
You
or
got
Fox's
that right.
backyard cold. And you see RJ Barrett on the bench, and you tell me that this guy wants to win.
Nah,
You can't tell me that.
Kev, we watched tonight. We watched RJ Barrett break up in the lane all night, and RJ is 20. He's a young guy, and RJ Barrett was bricking it up in the paint.
I'm saying, have you seen that though? Have you seen it?
Oh, he hasn't been playing a lot of fourth quarter. Well, you're considering RJ a young guy, not a vet.
Yes.
Okay, because he's been pulling him in the fourth quarter, and
Exactly what I'm saying.
yeah.
Alec Burks, of all people.
Yeah.
So what's the solution here? Because you can't blame Thibodeau for playing guys that are on a roster that he trusts, right? So what's the solution? Does the front office step in and do something here?
I feel they should, but I don't think they are.
So what's the move? Because the move can't be slap Tom Thibodeau on the wrist. That can't be the move.
Is trade these veterans and force Tom Thibodeau to play the kids.
Well, that's equivalent to a tank.
Not really. It depends what you trading them for.
Well, if you trade them, what, are you going to get more veterans, and then you go through the same thing again?
Right.
Well, the thing, you can package 2 veterans for one that'll clear up minutes for another younger player to come in and play more, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's how do they say it? Process of elimination.
Yeah, but Kev, we're 31 games in. We're 15-16. Honestly, man, I'll talk about myself. I would have lost a lot of money because I would have never predicted that. And Tibbs obviously is old school, but did you listen to Randle's interview?
I didn't. I didn't get a chance to.
You know, you can't. Randle said he said this about Tibbs. He's a tough coach. If you don't like to be coached, or if you don't like to do things the right way, then he's tough. But Tibbs is the type of guy that He just expects a certain level of professionalism. He expects you to do things the right way and be prepared to do things the right way on a day-to-day basis. If you don't want to do that, then it's going to be tough. I respect it. I appreciate it because early in the season we're seeing results. And beyond that, he said that he's a real players coach, and he goes, "I know Tibbs is going to kill me on this, but he's a softy, man. You know, you can talk with him. He's totally cool, and he said he's having the most fun that he's ever had in his career under Tibbs. So when you hear Randall, you see the kids giggling and stuff like that. You know, the mean taskmaster that everyone thought about Tibbs. I think maybe he's mellowed. I think he's mellowed, and
You're
yep,
talking about the JJ Redick interview.
yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we saw I
Yeah,
saw that.
yeah. So, but don't you agree, a Freezy, that if Randall and players are outwardly saying that, you know, he's great. You
Yeah.
know, a lot of guys would just clamp up. They not obviously wouldn't say necessarily something negative, but they wouldn't say anything at all.
Yeah, they sound
Let
more
me ask you.
corporate.
Let me ask you a question. What is one? And it's like two part. Do you think that it's all Tibbs, or do you think that it's like Kenny Payne and Mike Woodson and
I agree with you. It's a
uh,
collective
um,
thing.
Good question.
Johnny
Johnny
Bryant,
Bryant? And do you think
Woody.
it's like those guys also? Because if you
I think
or
I think it's a combination of both. You know, obviously, I think historically a lot of the players spend much more time with the assistant coaches to refine their game and develop their game. And Tibbs comes in, and you know he's part of it. So they're spending probably probably 80% or more with assistant coaches, and then maybe 20 and less with Tibbs. And but that's equivalent to what you see in college too. You don't see, you know, a lot of the. I heard it once that I heard a player talk about Boeheim and Syracuse, and they went, "Oh, we only see him on game day to come in and give us tell us, you know, right before the game, but they don't see him. They work strictly with their assistant coaches. They don't do that, and I think it's probably maybe hopefully a little less of, you know, the head coaches interact a lot more with their players, but I still think it's still like you said. I think Kenny Payne, Johnny Bryant, and Woody have to take a lot. I think we have to give them a lot of credit besides Tibbs.
yeah, that's all I'm saying is I don't believe that it's just like, oh, it's just Tibbs. No, and that's, I just give a lot of credit to those guys.
Yeah. What do you think is up with the second team? All of a sudden going into a funk like this.
Uh, the second team offense is really only made up of like three players, and those are the three guards, right? Because you're not gonna, one, whether it was Nerlens or whether it's Tibbs, you're not really expecting anything
Yeah, they're
from
just
that
handoffs.
players. I mean, if they get like a putback or something, or you know, an alley, that's okay, it's fine. But you don't expect them to come in and be like, okay, let's run the offense to them. Obi doesn't even get a chance to to establish himself offensively. So we're just talking about Burks, Rose, and Quickly, right? And so now that Rose is the primary ball handler for the second unit, I believe, excuse me, I had some pizza, cold pizza at that, so you know how that is.
Mmm.
Um,
Oh, pepperoni.
um,
I love you, man.
so yeah, you know how that is. So you know how I think the style that Rose wants to play is different from how the unit has been playing. That stagnant kind of offense, and then it's not that much ball movement as it was because people are just kind of standing around, and there's no movement from the second unit.
Hey, did you see when they took out Quick and it was Peyton and Rose? It was like, oh my god! It was like everyone was just standing like, I don't know what the hell to do. I haven't played with this guy. It was pitiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That was ugly.
like what did y'all do for that 3 weeks where y'all 3 days when y'all just practicing? I don't understand. Um, but there has to be some kind of. I know Tibbs the day either yesterday or the day, I think it was the day before yesterday, said he would tinker with some different lineups because they asked him primarily about the stagnant offense, and he said he would tinker with some different lineups and everything. And I hope that's not his solution is Elfrid Payton and Derrick Rose. I hope that's not what he was
Now,
like.
you know what I think the solution's going to be? I think it's going to be Randall at the 5. I think they're going to go more small ball lineup.
Well, like I said, I'm not expecting anything from Taj Gibson. And
Nor
depending on
should we, man.
the
Like you said, he's been washed for a while.
depending on the matchups, uh, here's the thing: defensively, is a front court of Obi and Knox ideal defensively? Probably not. But I guarantee it'll open things up more offensively.
Yep.
With that being said, like I said, defensively, I'm not kidding where I'm like where I it's just something has to happen. It's like this offense is and this has been a season long thing, so it's not like it's just happened overnight. The last couple of games, we've been talking all season about the lack of offense that we can produce, and some say it's a player, some say it's scheme, maybe it's a little bit of both. Um, but it's too much standing around and watching somebody dribble, 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 dribble.
Yeah.
And then the shot clock runs down and you pass it and somebody has to take a shot with like 2 seconds left.
It's so bizarre you said that because today I was doing my normal crazy analytics in the background.
Oh, I thought you were shoveling snow. That's become kind of common for you too.
No, that was yesterday, man. Yesterday, man. Thank God not today, but I was going through my analytics. You know, 10% of RJ shots this year have been with 4 seconds or less. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean that's our offense. It's like give it to Julius, and if it doesn't work, he'll kick it out, and then he'll give it back to Julius, and the shot clock still running down, and then he passes it down, and someone just takes a shot.
Yeah.
That's the New York Knicks offense in 2021.
Yeah. Hey, we lucked out. Minnesota has the second best bench team in scoring in the league.
I
And
would not have guessed that.
well, that was I think it's misleading because it was with Anthony Edwards and a few of them now with Russell Hurt. You know, those guys that were on the bench. So they usually score 40 a game, and they're second in the league. They only scored 34 tonight. And no, actually, they only scored 26 tonight, 14 below their average. So, let's see. Let's take a second and just say hi to our family. And as always, please ask us questions. You know when we love to interact with you guys. Delano Steele Jr., the man of steel, morning, noon, and night. Our man of steel. Hope all is well with you, your family. Remember that the best boxers come out of Brooklyn. I ain't arguing with you. Maybe a little. I love my Bronx. You know that. Hey, David Parker, how are you? Hope all is well. Quiet Money, our field producer, I call him because he's always asking such great questions, and we greatly appreciate it. Haddock and Sharon, hey man. The other day I said to Haddock, I don't know, I got a gut feeling that maybe the Knicks are going to lose this one, and I'm glad we won, but that was awful close, Anakin. You gotta admit, man. Whoa, too close for comfort. Pseudonym Shipe, how are you, man? Hope all is well. State of New York State, hope all is well. A state, when you gonna be fixing that chirp? I heard you the other night, and that chirp, you know I play, I'm a musician. I got that crazy musician hearing, and you're driving me crazy. Please, I'll send you, just fix that damn chirp. You too, Eric, if you're listening. Juju92. Hope all is well. YouTube watcher. I'm not. Yo, large A. I think you need to get a name because I'm not gonna be saying that on the air, man. Orange Julius. Hope all is well. Hinton Murphy. Great guy, man. Great takes. Love him on the different shows. Hinton. Hope all is well, man. Let's see. Who else? We got our future gaming, one of our regulars. Hope all is well. Our future gaming. Frederick, another one. Thank you again for all your help the other day. New York Knicks are once a playoff team. Hey, it's getting there. I've been doing a lot of my draft stuff, and now I'm really focusing strictly on players that are going to be available for 8 to 16. Everyone's talking Cade. Everyone's talking Suggs, Mobley, Green, Kaminga. I'm not looking at them because I just don't think we're going to be there. So I'm looking
I've
at
been
the,
saying it the whole season
and
long.
you have. Kudos, my friend. So unless
I don't
we,
think Dallas's pick is even going to be that high.
I
People was
agree.
like, oh, Dallas is bad. It's like Dallas is really not that far out of the playoffs still.
I'm with you. That's why I was talking to a couple of my buds and just said that I'm focusing my energy right now on 8 to 16. And you want to know who my number one person right now at 8 to 16 is? James Bouknight, guard out of Connecticut, 6'5". He's I don't think we can pass him up if he's available. If we pick in the 8 to 16 range, he has an explosive first step. He can shoot. I know this is an ugly thing to say, but there's a little Bradley Beal in this kid. You know, I could see him. I think his ceiling. People have been talking about a guy named Moses Moody out of Arkansas, and he's good, 6'6", but I equate him to a Mikal Bridges. That he's a safe pick. He's a good shooter, long arms, high IQ, but his ceiling is he's going to be a very good complementary piece, but he won't ever be a star. I think this kid James Bouknight has a chance, especially obviously there's other players, but just being realistic in the 8 to 16 range with both ours and the Mavs picks, he's one of my first guys on my board right now. I've been watching a lot of film on him. In fact, he played Providence this past week, Kev. He did a putback dunk, and if you look at his highlights, he did all these shots from three. He's a 3-level scorer, and also very good on defense. Averages 2 steals, very good, 6'5", beautiful size. But so many of the guys I'm looking through in the draft, they dominate the college, but they're not athletic enough to go to the next level. They're just average athletes, and in this league, if you don't have that first step, if you can't get to your spot at will, it's not going to be easy for you. So we'll see. But everyone in the chat, please keep let us know on your questions. Hey, everything's all peachy for Quiet Money. Alawai, shout out. Another one of my field producers, Alawai's and Quiet Money. We're very blessed. Jonathan JD, he's not here tonight, but so many of the guys, Delano Steele, you feed us such great questions. Please, this is your show. It's not ours. So let us know the stuff you want to talk to. And please remember to hit those like, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. And please share this link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Blarens Tears family. Thanks again for helping us get over 1,340 subscribers. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And there's always a special shout out to the best mods on the planet, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. Pseudonym Shipe is agreeing with you, Kev. He says Mavs are 13 and 15. So that's why.
Almost had the same record as we do.
Thank you. So I'm focusing everything. Hey, Staffordon, man, big up to you, my friend. Why? Hey, Delano, I watched Dosimo the other day at Illinois. I'm looking at him too. Do me a favor, Delano. I have great respect for your eye. Check out the kid James Bouknight out of Connecticut. I think obviously at 8 to 16, there's going to be some flaws in the game, but in their game. But I think he could be special. There's something special about the kid. I think if he can fall into our lap there. So I was right last year, right on the dot with Halliburton. I think. So I got a lot more analysis to go, but he's number one on my thing so far. So Haddock and Sharon, my boy, do you think we will finish this last stretch over 500, and who's going to be the X factor?
What's the last stretch exactly?
The second half of the season. So the last 36 games. So the whole beauty of it is that the way we finish up this last week and a half before the All-Star game, Haddock, that if we can We just have to win half our games, go 500 to hit 500. Those last, so we just need to win 18, go 18-18 those last, and the schedule is supposed to be easier than the first part. Although, what were you gonna say, Kev?
I was gonna say, as bad and as down as I've been on Tibbs and some of the players, I still stand by my preseason prediction that this team is going to be 500 anyways. I was the only person who said that. This is a definite playoff team, and we're going to be over 500. If you go back to the beginning of the season, and I was out on
You are 100% right. I'm the one that was saying, let's take Jalen Suggs. I agree with you. They have totally overachieved more than I thought.
And I know I've been down.
Man, that's a lie. That's a lie. Let's cut this lie out right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conscience is here.
You're right. I called 42-30 before.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Well, Freezy is right. I was the negative Nelly.
Yeah, I called 42-30 before we even bought the show to YouTube. I called it. And Hoodie kept calling me out saying
does that even count?
I predicted 29 wins, but that was before the D Rose acquisition.
Does that even count before it was on YouTube? How does that even count?
What do you mean?
That doesn't count.
Because we were still doing this. It does count, Kev. We started on Sportscaster and then we brought it to YouTube to both. So we were on Sportscaster right now and we were on YouTube.
I thought you were just saying you were just sitting at home talking to somebody who said that.
Yeah. No. I think you're trying to smash me. Kev trying to throw me under the bus. I didn't call it. I called 42-30. And Free Keith called 38 wins.
Yeah. Hadigan, Sharon predicted 35. Aloe Wise predicted 36. Kaiser Sose, I hope all is well, but Kaiser Sose is saying he won't put $20. He put $20 that the Knicks won't make any of the top 8 seeds by the end of the season. All right. Brother BKL Contreras, at least we got to face Golden State on Tuesday, and fans are coming back. Yep, as I said, we should have about 2,000 fans at MSG. Steph they pulled Steph today and at the game in Charlotte, so I didn't know it was COVID related. But was it yesterday? And his dad Dell is an announcer there. Boy, his father was a great shooter. Oh, one of the most beautiful natural shooters. And much bigger than his son. So it doesn't sound like it's COVID, but I think they should be very, very careful and not play him against us. I'm just looking out for Steph Curry.
I'm sure you're looking out for Elfrid Payton when you say that.
Yeah, I don't want Peyton to have to go to the chiropractor for neck traction for keep going like that.
The last thing Elfrid Payton needs on the first day they have fans is for Steph Curry to come into the Garden and cook him, and then finally get a chance to boo him at home.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have been waiting all year to boo Elfrid Payton in the Garden.
Yeah.
And Steph Curry is going to give us that glorious reason to do it.
Oh, man, I think he may be doing stuff from the logo again. Hey, Frederick said 27 wins. Marky B, hope all is well, 32 wins. Trizzy Trey, 32 from day one. David Parker said 26. Like I said 29, but that was before the D Rose. But shooting 1 for 12 and 1 for 8. Maybe it's going to go back. Let's see. Juju 92 said those ticket prices better be dropping off if Curry's not playing. Yeah, that's a good thing, man. But it'll be nice for the fans. John B, what a great job Bullock did on Beasley today. He did do a good job on Beasley today. Beasley's a
Did someone just
hey, let me ask you a question.
Take it, Freeze. Say it again. We're not hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut y'all off.
Oh no. We want you. We love you.
Okay. So I was gonna. Please. I was gonna ask y'all if y'all ever thought that Dennis Smith Jr. would be a starting point guard in the NBA this season.
This season?
No, I didn't.
Or again?
But 6 points and 2 assists tonight
this season
for the Pistons.
This season.
So yawn. No, I didn't think it. To answer your question, no, I did not. But the Pistons are so bad that does that count?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah,
I'm
it does.
thinking,
It's the
man.
NBA.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
thinking. Oh, go ahead, Kat.
it's nice to see him to have an opportunity,
Right.
and I think at the end of the day, that's all any player wants is just to have the opportunity.
And we
Right.
want that for him. He's a kid. We want him to
Right.
be successful. Maybe it didn't work out here, but we don't hold anything against. We'd love him to be successful. But I
So
will make one prediction. If he plays 20 games, you watch he'll sit out because of his back. And if he plays any extensive time, he'll get injured again. Mark my word.
well, I hope not.
Me either,
For
but
his
the problem is backs. It happened every season, and he'll sit out again with a back and everything once he has his opportunity. But hey, we'll see. But he doesn't have vision, so he may be playing, but he's not a point guard, man. He's not a point guard. So, hey, Marky B, yep. Beasley played 38 quiet minutes, and you know what? I think you nailed it, Marky B. There was times where his name was not announced for ages. You watching the game, and then after the game, I looked at the stats and everything, and I said, Jesus, there was times where I didn't even know he was on the freaking floor. 6 points in 38 minutes, 2 for 6. So, for a chucker, he didn't put up anything, man. He didn't help the team. And you know what drove me crazy? And obviously, I want my Knicks to win.
So,
But
so
I was just going to say, Freeze, you know what drove me crazy? That Cat, that you have Nerlens Noel, you have no Mitch, and you have an ancient, antiquated Taj. Why the hell is he taking 3-point shots? Why the hell isn't he using his size in the post and having like a 50-point game, getting these guys in foul trouble? He came on
well,
like
well,
gangbusters in the
well.
fourth
Guess what?
quarter. What?
Well, guess what? So when you ask that question, and now it's up to the next head coach of the Timberwolves to figure it out because they fired their coach after the game.
Honest?
You didn't know about that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, they
Yep.
fired Ryan Saunders and then
Yep.
hired a brand new coach on a multi-year extension from Toronto Raptors.
Wow, I did not hear that. Did not hear that.
Yeah, and I was like, well, that's
It
just
wasn't in
weird.
it wasn't in the post game show.
Check ESPN. It's literally like
Oh, on
breaking news.
ESPN, but it wasn't on MSG.
Oh no. It probably was after the post game.
Yeah,
But it's
because
breaking
Freezy
news.
knows me. I'm a weirdo. After I write my notes and everything, I meditate for about an hour prior to the broadcast, and so that was all happening while Foxy was in his,
Yeah,
his meditation mode.
they fired Ryan Saunders,
Yeah.
and hired I forget his name. He's an assistant for the Raptors. Literally, an assistant for the Raptors, and they hired him on a multi-year deal to be their next head coach. Which goes to
Wow.
show it's kind of like, to me, I find it to be a level of disrespect. And I say that because you were interviewing head coaches while you had a head coach. Because I'm pretty sure you're not going to fire a head coach and then hire a complete stranger.
With a snap of the finger.
Exactly.
Because usually what happens is you bring on somebody who's on the staff, an assistant, and let them run it. But you bring in somebody else. There had to be interviews. There had to be other negotiations and
Exactly.
stuff. So, hey, just quick shout outs to Alton Lee. The Timberwolves organization will do right over time by Ryan Saunders and his family, obviously son of Flip. Rascal 109, you need some reality talk. Stop dreaming of the garbage going nowhere, Knicks. Okay. Key, Sports Vibe TV, hope all is well. No Steph means I better be in attendance for a win. Hey, you're going, Keys? Yo, we want to hear that report. So Haddocken, they were hiring him during the halftime. I thought Fizdale went out bad. Frederick, new coach has ties with President Gerson. Hey, brother BKL Contreras. Yeah, Rubio still got game. He definitely still has game.
So I had a conversation with Rob the Nick over before the show. Rob, I'm sorry I didn't call you back. I had to get ready for the show. And I don't know if I want to say it now or if I want to wait because I know he won.
Are we going to do that 12:30 thing again? Wait, it is 12:30.
I feel after watching Karl Anthony Towns play, the Knicks should do everything in their power to go get Karl Anthony Towns.
You're
And,
kidding.
and if that means giving up Julius Randle and Mitch, so be it.
Towns is terrible on defense.
He didn't look terrible to me on defense tonight. I
Who
saw
was
him
he
a couple
guarding?
blocks.
Who was he guarding?
Listen. I believe wholeheartedly. I don't think Towns is bad defensively because this is the thing, right? Let's talk about centers. Now, when you say defense, when you say defensively, like one-on-one defense, because if that's the case, is Mitchell Robinson a good one-on-one defender?
No, I hear you.
And I'm pretty sure if there's equal, and Towns is probably a smidge better because Towns is bigger frame-wise, so he's not going to get bullied around when he's going up against Embiid's and well, that's pretty much it. Embiid. that's pretty much it. Embiid, who plays in our division, we had to play him 5 times a year, and if we continue to progress, we'll probably have to see him in the playoffs. So I would much rather have Karl Anthony Towns because at least I know Karl Anthony Towns is going to make him work on the other end too.
This is true. Hey, my sensei, Coach Colorblocks, hope all is well. He said Cat sucks. So I don't think he sucks. I just don't think I wouldn't do anything to trade for him. Hey, Guillermo, Legion of Knicks, no to Cat. Frederick, Cat plus Randall, that's an odd fit. Cat couldn't even toast Gibson in the clutch. From Kaiser Sose. Quiet Money, I think we had Saunders' father as an assistant coach for the Knicks at one point. Yeah, Flip, I think, was here for a while, if my memory serves me right. So, is Randall better than Cat? Two different animals.
And this is why I would say, and this is why I don't put it past Leon Rose, right? Because it's like 2 birds with 1 stone. If you trade Julius Randle for Karl Anthony Towns,
they wouldn't do that.
I'm just saying. Well, why wouldn't they? And you say you give a Mitch, right? So
who do they have as a 5?
Who?
The
Timberwolves, that's what I'm saying. You give up Mitch too. Because here's why. You still get an all-star level player in return, a 20-10 guy in return. So you're not losing the production that way. Right? Plus, this is where you get 2 birds with 1 stone. You get the opening, not this year, I'll say in the offseason. I'm pretty sure Leon Rose will give Obi Toppin this season. But next year, I think he would want to have Obi Toppin play. And say all you want about Obi Toppin and Karl Towns not playing any defense, whatever you want to say. There's ways around that. But it opens up that spot for Obi Toppin to step in. So you have Karl Anthony Towns, who actually will play really well next to Obi Toppin. And like I said, you trade Randall, yeah. We like Randall because I guess he's playing great for us this year, but we couldn't stand him last year. So let's not pretend like we're all in love with Julius Randle. And like I said, you're still getting all-star level production. So points and rebounds and even assists-wise, you're probably getting more blocks. So you're not really losing anything on that end. You're actually getting a big body, so it might help. It might actually help.
But I think you just said something that you're not really losing that much. I think that the delta between Cat and Randall is not great enough for the assets we would have to give up to get them.
What asset is that, Julius?
I love Julius now, man. I want Julius to be part of this team. I think he's earned it. I've said this at the beginning of the year. It's been a long time. I think Porzingis was the last guy before games. We'd say, how's this game going to go? And you say, I don't know how it's going to go, but I know at least he's going to have 20 points and he's going to have, X amount of rebounds.
I'm pretty sure you can say the same thing about Karl Anthony Towns. Don't worry.
But I'm
pretty sure you can say the same thing about Karl Anthony Towns.
I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying, what is the cost? We have a guy with a great contract who's working out chemistry-wise with the other guys, and every night, we say every night, tonight 25, 14, and 4. And like you said, if Reggie Bullock or some of the other guys, you would have much more assists. But, every night you can count on it with Randall. Why would you give up a player that you can do that to? That you can count on?
Does Leon Rose have any ties to Julius Randle?
Well, was Julius CAA at one time?
I
I
think he
think
might
he.
be CA right now. But the
Yeah.
point is that he didn't bring him in.
Yeah. Okay.
Does Leon Rose have ties to Obi Toppin?
Oh, absolutely. Oh my God, yeah.
So
His
long
son.
term, who do you think that he's going to want to feature?
I don't
But they
know,
both play the
man.
same position. So, like I said, if you can flip an all star for an all star, and it opens up that position that you just drafted a guy, and we all saw that picture. We all saw how Leon Rose feels about Obi Toppin. I think that he would do that in a heartbeat.
Our family, this is feedback again. This is your show, so let those keep those questions and topics coming. Eddie Cascante, I would trade Mitch and Obi for Cat. What would you think of that instead of keeping Randall?
I don't think the Timberwolves are going to do that.
Okay. Kaiser Soze, Cat is softer than Charmin and Sleep Number mattress. Kaiser Soze is the coolest, don't you think, man? Sima Singh, hope all is well. I'm sorry you had to go through all the hardships recently and the power outages down in Texas. Hope you and the family, everything's better. Uh, one player listens to Tibbs and the other did not. Uh, pseudonym Shipe, he thinks Cat is overrated in his opinion.
Oh, actually, hold on. Let's look at that. Let's because everyone says that there's some disconnect between Carl Anthony Towns and um, Julius and Tibbs, right? So let me see something. Now, mind you, Carl Anthony Towns has done something Julius Randle has not done, and whether you can say whether him or not, he actually has still led his team to the playoffs. So under
Yeah, but didn't he have
Tibbs,
Wiggins? He had a couple other players that were
that's
quality
all.
guys,
But we all know the best player on that team was still Carl Anthony Towns.
no doubt. Hey, he's a
Um,
talent. He's a talent, but I just,
so under
I
three,
personally am
two,
not crazy about his game.
I'll say 2.5 years under Tibbs. He averaged 25 and 12 and first year and 22 and 12. Now those are his numbers, points and rebounds wise under Tom Thibodeau. I don't count the third season because Tom Thibodeau's only there for like 20 games. But under two full seasons on the Tibbs, he averaged 25 and 22 and almost 13 rebounds. So it's not like he struggled mightily or something under Tom Thibodeau or, you know, was bad. That wasn't the case at all. So I think we should probably give a little bit of relax when we say like he was just really, really bad for some reason and they didn't get along. I don't think that was the case because I would
But
take a player averaging
but he had
25 and
He had
12
Jimmy Butler too, man.
his second year, but not the first year. Well, was it the first year or was it a year and a half?
I don't know. Chat, what do you think? So, Woodshed said Butler was the best player on that team. Let's see. Look at their records without Jimmy Butler. Okay, Cat is better pocket passer than Randall. Well, Big VCO. Okay, what is Randall averaging this year under Tibbs? So we know he's averaging. Quiet money. Stop act like Obi will be tearing up when he gets in the game. I agree with that, man. Did you see that ugly 3-pointer and stuff? So, hey, his game's there. He's a kid. The game is slowing down. I see some good things, but he's not going to be producing at a Randall level for a while, don't you think?
Well, that's saying we don't need. See, people. That's the misconception, right? People think like if you get rid of Julius for and make room for Obi, that Obi has to come in and do the same thing that Julius is doing. And I don't think that's fair for Obi to say you got to do step in and automatically do what Julius is doing. It took him 6 years to do what he's doing. So no, I mean if he can give you 15 and 7 as a starter, I mean yeah, I think that's perfectly okay because I'm not expecting him to come in and give you 23 and 12 on the first year starting. No, because, like I said, if you trade for Karl Anthony Towns, he's going to pick up the brunt of the offensive load.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I just rather have a. Maybe I'm old fashioned. Maybe I had 15 years of Patrick Ewing, to where I would rather have a center. There's something about them centers. I don't know why. Because if you get a good one, you
yeah,
got a
but
franchise.
like I said, the thing I didn't understand is with our 5 position without Mitch, what we're going through. Why is he not in? Why is he not posting up these guys, scoring at will, or getting them fouling out him, Nerlens, Taj, everybody against him because it's a
Well, technically, he
mismatch.
did foul out Nerlens Noel. So
He did, but I meant earlier, man, because he really turned it on, and he was having an okay game, and it turned into a very good game in that fourth quarter for him.
I mean, he
So
finished with 26 and 15, or 24 and 15, and for most people, that's a good night.
yep, like you said, he finished 27 actually, 27 and 15.
Oh well, that's
4 assists, 3 blocks, 3 turnovers. He was a +1 on the night.
well, I think he had a good night then.
Yeah.
So that's just like I said. I look at it and I say, this kid is worth the investment. I think if you want to actually put a team around him and say, hey, we need you to help us win. If you put a team around him, because I would love a team because here's also, I think, if you're not convinced about giving up Julius, that probably means that his best friend Elfrid Payton is probably leaving too. So you don't got to see Elfrid Payton. So that should be a plus for everyone. That should be rejoicing news for everyone. No more Elfrid Payton.
Yeah. Hey, but gotta admit, Peyton has played better, man.
Don't do this to us, Steve.
I'm only going statistically.
Steven, don't do that. Don't curse us with more, because it'll be your fault if I turn on the news and see the Knicks have agreed to a long-term contract with Elfrid Payton. I'm gonna call you. I'm like, look what you did, Stephen Fox.
Yo, don't blame it on me. But seriously, last 8 games, he's scored average 15 points, 48% from the shooting, 4.6 rebounds, and basically almost 4 assists. So, come on, we've seen a lot worse guys in our lifetime at the point guard position with those numbers. So, hey, when Peyton is bad, he's bad, but he hasn't been so bad.
I'm not gonna take a little stretch over the entirety of the season, because as soon as you say he has been bad, he's gonna have a goose egg against Golden State.
Truest words you've ever said.
Who was that? Was that?
This seems that he only plays well when all the rumor mill is that he's going to get knocked out, and then all of a sudden he plays. But there was like a play between him and Randle tonight where they didn't communicate, and he's not a starting guard, Peyton. He's not a starting guard. We need a point guard in the worst way, in the worst way, in the worst way. But until we get one, he's the best on this team from a pure point guard standpoint, and it does look like Quick is starting to feel rookie pains early. His floater is not dropping it at all, man. And I thought that was going to be just not automatic, but he'd be hitting, he'd be hitting at a nice clip, and that's gone really cold on him. So. But hey, that's why it's the NBA. If everybody could come in and star, it'd be easy. But it's not. So hey, but I have a lot of faith in him. But hey, the same thing goes with D Rose. He's played 2 stinkers in a row. So
yes, but they've been bad. They've really, their shooting percentages. It just goes to show you, because it's like, their facility. How many assists do they have?
14.
No, Rose and Quickly.
Rose and Quickly tonight had, I'll tell you real quick. Rose had they had 2 among them. Quick had none, and Rose had 2.
So that means not only are they not shooting, they're not setting anyone else up either.
Yeah, we had 17 for the night. Ugh, that is ugly.
So that's
folks.
not a good way to generate any kind of offense whatsoever.
Oh my God, the top person was Peyton with 7. Randle was second with 4. So Barrett only had 1 assist tonight. And that's a
And it
part
will
of.
call for a stagnant offense.
Oh God, there was times they were just standing around tonight, and there was no ball movement. It looked ugly. So,
Yeah.
Quiet Money says Alfred has been decent, and shout out to Tibbs for making sure he didn't let Quickly and Rose blow it for us by pulling them out. I agree, man. You know, yo, Bamu, he loves Girl Scout cookies. Yo.
I was at Walmart earlier today, and somebody was selling Girl Scout cookies.
I don't know if he's talking about those Girl Scout cookies, Kev.
Oh,
I think he's talking about maybe he is, or maybe he's talking about a strain that somehow maybe I heard of through the grapevine because I'm so innocent. But so uh, yeah, I guess that's what he's talking about because he keeps talking about it. If you got to keep talking about it, then I guess it's that. So
so moving forward, I'm looking at how Ricky Rubio had 18 and 6 tonight. A quiet 18. It wasn't quiet. It was. I was looking. I was like, man, why is Ricky
well, he lit it
Rubio
up early,
scoring?
and then he got quiet. You know, because let me see in the I have stuff all over the place, so forgive me. So in the first half, he had Rubio 15 points in the first half. He was 6 for 8, 3 for 4 from the line. So he had 15 in the first half, and he only had 3 in the second half. Then, and let me see, Rubio. He had only 1 assist in the first half, and he had 5 in the second half. So he finished with 6 assists. So hey, but a lot of people that said he's washed, and they would never trade for him. Rubio's a good old school point guard, man. He shoots over 80% from the foul line. You saw him hitting threes. So, is that your boy Rob?
No, no, no.
Okay. So, not the sugar kind, the honey. All right, Quiet Money. I think being that we post up so much that the guards don't get many assists due to the lack of player movement.
Who's posting out? There's only one player who posts up. It's
Ain't that the truth?
Julius. He's the
Yeah.
only person who goes in the post.
Yeah. Hey, do you think Nerlens has some of the worst hands in the history of mankind? Every game, I look at my notes. Every game, I make a note that, my God, this guy has terrible hands. My God.
I mean, he has slightly. Well, no, I'll say Mitch has slightly better hands.
And that's
That's saying a
frightening.
lot.
Yeah.
Slightly, they're both not that good, which is another reason bringing a center like Karl Anthony Towns. But I digress. Um, yeah, I don't have any confidence or faith in Nerlens Noel whatsoever. Um, which lends to show like we should. I was thinking about this earlier today, right? This should be a testament to the front office if they could get Boogie Cousins. And another fact that I even want Boogie Cousins, it would go to show where we are as a team and where they are as a front office. Because there was a report that the Lakers wanted to bring him in, right? But if the Knicks wanted him, Leon Rose and World Wide West and Kenny Payne and all the CAA connections and Kentucky connections and the fact that we need a able-bodied big man, not even for now, but in the playoffs, like in case we get matched up with Philadelphia or something, right? Because say he's old and slow and washed up or whatever you want to call Boogie Cousins, you know what he is? He's a big body with 6 fouls.
I know, but what's the cost? Because I was going to say, hey, we just saw him the other day, at Houston. And if somebody said to me, if you were going to bet a race between Hoodie Kev and Boogie Cousins, I'd say it's all on Hoodie Kev. Will dust him. Hoodie Kev will dust him, man. This guy, I've seen people in retirement communities, I think, run just as fast.
Listen,
He can still shoot threes, and like you said, he's a big body, 6 fouls. But I think we can get somebody out of the G League. Or I'm worried most about his. I know he's the Kentucky connection and all that other stuff, but he's had some. If he can't make it work with his best pal,
I don't think
John Wall.
here's the thing. I don't think it has anything. I don't think he's a problem. That's the thing. I don't think that DeMarcus Cousins is a problem for Houston. I think Houston just wants to go in a different direction.
But
I don't think
why
that's
bring him
anything.
on then? Especially if you're going to make your lead player John Wall that made a giant trade for is going to make him unhappy.
I think they did not expect the season to go the way that it did. I think they expected to have James Harden at this point in time.
Yeah,
I don't think they expected Christian Wood to be playing at
be
the level that
injured,
he's playing,
but he got injured and he's not
and being
there. Yeah.
so. And they said when he comes back, they're not making it right now, but when he comes back, and so those things play
And
factors.
Oladipo being injured now with a foot.
Yeah, so I really think that those things play into it because, like, okay, if we're not doing anything this season, we can just go ahead and release this guy. But I don't think that it's because Boogie Problems is a cousin. That Boogie Problem, that
Boogie,
Boogie,
oogie, oogie. He just can't.
that Boogie Cousins is the issue. I don't think that he is like causing problems or it's his personality or something. I don't think it's that.
I know, but don't you remember the reputation when he first came in the league at Sacramento that he was not
Yeah,
the
but I don't
great.
think I don't think he's that. I don't think he's that same Boogie Cousins. Like I think when he said that, here's the thing. Coming back from the injury, and he said this in an interview, that coming back from the injuries that he's had to come back from has really humbled him because he's had to start back from scratch. He knows he's not the same DeMarcus Cousins he was in Sacramento or New Orleans, but from the injuries. And he says that playing with the Lakers and playing with LeBron helped him out too. So I think he's over the maturity problems.
Well, let's go to the numbers. Let's look at the numbers how he's doing. So obviously at a very high level, he's this year he's shooting 33% from three. He's averaging 9.6 points, 7.6 rebounds, 2.4 assists, but more importantly, let me get into the numbers down here. Lottie, Lotta, Lottie. All right. Okay. So he's shooting 69% at the rim. He's shooting 30% from 3 to 10 feet. Yikes. And the rest is shooting 25%. So the numbers are not really clicking here.
I don't listen, Foxy. We don't need him to come in and be a star and build an offense around him. If he can come in and do what Taj Gibson is doing, because let's not fool us. Let's not pretend that Taj Gibson is lighting it up.
No, he's the personification of what you said, 6 fouls and a body.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Let's be real. Let's say we end up matching up against Philly, right? Do you trust Nerlens Noel and or Taj Gibson against Embiid and or Dwight Howard? Because we've seen.
Oh, I trust them to let up a lot of points and a lot of rebounds.
and let's be honest. Let's not pretend like Joel Embiid is beating anybody in the foot race either.
No doubt. There's no doubt about that. But
so we got to wait for the two centers to walk up the court together. That's fine with me because they both can be at the same pace.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. It'll be very interesting to see what happens over the next week or so.
It's like I said, it doesn't hurt to have a body with some girth on him on the bench.
Yeah.
And if that body is just DeMarcus Cousins for the cheap, then hey, go do it. Because we've seen, like I said, I'm worried about that matchup against Philadelphia. We've seen what those two centers have done to our centers.
Yeah. Oh my God. Terrible. Simmons is playing tough, man. He's playing real strong lately. So.
Freezy, you there?
Yep.
What do you think?
Yeah. What do you think?
I'm sorry. I missed it. About what?
I was saying that we can get. I first started off by saying that it'll be a good litmus test to see what his front office and team is. If we can persuade Boogie Cousins to come here,
right.
And the fact that Boogie Cousins would look okay in the Taj Gibson, Nerlens Noel role,
right,
off the bench. And besides, and what worries me is if we get into a playoff matchup with Philadelphia, because we've seen what their two centers have done to our two centers, and it's not pretty.
Right.
And if we just use, Boogie Cousins for kind of a stretch big body with 6 fouls, then I think he's worth investment.
Okay.
I don't know what your opinion on that is.
So my opinion is Boogie is washed.
And
Right.
he can be.
Right. But I think convincing a free agent to come here would be a plus for the front office, though. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So, and what that does is it sends a signal around the league that if Boogie comes here and he kind of enjoys his time here, his limited time, then he can go back and tell the homies like, nah, man, the Knicks aren't so bad. The Knicks aren't what you thought. Even if you're not getting big time production out of him. You know what I'm saying? But if you bring him here and it's a disaster, he's gonna go back and be like, it's LOL Knicks, it's the same thing.
Yep. Hey,
So
Coach Colorblock said Boogie's going to Brooklyn. That ain't gonna happen. I love you, Coach Colourblocks, but you're wrong on this one. Boogie and Harden do not like each other. Do not. And prior to Harden leaving Houston, there was some words there, so that ain't gonna happen. Let's put it this way: if it does happen, I'd be shocked. But I don't see that happening with that tension there. So
Yeah, exactly. I
yeah,
remember what DeMarcus Cousins said about James Harden when he left.
yeah. So Eric Gonzalez, how are you? I see you in the chat.
I need a drink.
Alton Lee says we cannot bring any center who entertains the notion of being the starter unless we trade Mitch. I agree with you. We don't want any create any drama here. We want somebody to come in like my brother Kev said, who can give up 6 fouls, maybe play and hold down the fort until Mitch gets here, probably around God willing, the second week or so of March. Daryl Pemberton, morning, noon, and night. How are you, my friend? Boogie wants to go to L.A. Pardon me. Daryl, that'll be hysterical if he goes to L.A. Him and Gasol. That'll be the Guinness World Book records for the slowest 5 tandem in history. Boy, those two guys, oh my God. So, yeah. I wonder what the impact's going to be on AD out and LeBron having to go to the next level while he's out. I think he's going to get exhausted. Hey, man, it's the Knicks. What's up? Hey, let me post a link. If Freezy, if you're listening, let me let our guy in if you want. But we love to have Ron. It's been a while. And folks, do me a favor. If you haven't subscribed to Man, it's the Knicks. Fantastic content and an even better guy, man. So please support Ron any way you can. Great guy, man. Oh, let me hold on. And okay. So I sent you. I actually texted you on the back channel too a little earlier, Ron. But if you can, love to hear your takes. Join us. It's been a while, my friend. So Juju92. Nick Yak agrees. LeBron's not looking so good alone. Hey, man. The guy has incredible shoulders and, just magnificent basketball player, but there's only so much you can do. Yeah, hey, family.
How y'all doing, man? Hoodie Kev, what's going on with you, man? What's going on?
It's like old times.
Man, hey, it's been a minute. I told you I was going to have to come through tonight.
I know, and thank you, because I was looking forward to it. I sent the thing to Freezy saying, I hope our guy makes it tonight because I always love your takes, and I just like you, man.
You likewise, man. Hey, you know how I feel about you guys, man. This thing is, it started for me. You guys gave me an olive branch, man. You know what I mean? And I never forget where I come from.
No, I
never that.
We're really proud of your meteor. Oh, your fast rise. I can't talk to meteor.
Going around because I feel like I'm gonna go and say Boogie Cousins saved my life.
Yeah. So, did you hear any of the stuff we're talking about? So,
no, I just clipped off, and I was like, tell everybody, hey, I'm headed over. I was trying to get out of the room for a minute, but
Nah,
sometimes
family. Absolutely.
you can't go. So I was like, I got to get over here. I gave y'all my word, and I definitely want to be a man of my word.
You
And by
always
the
are.
way, Stephen,
Yeah.
that thing is on the way. It's supposed to be there by March, I think the 4th, they say.
Oh, thank you so much, man. I can't
Nah,
wait to
man.
wear it. I'll be wearing it proud the
Appreciate you,
minute I
man.
get it.
Appreciate you.
Back at you.
Appreciate
So,
you.
were you like me? Like, oh man, are we gonna blow this game tonight? What was your thoughts tonight?
I was upset with this game. They deserve to lose this game. First half, came out, played exactly how I thought it would go down. I said this was going to be a blowout. That's what I predicted. They looked like they was going to blow the team out from 1 until 3. After the third quarter, they got comfortable. They got complacent. They didn't play the required defense to win that game. They lollygagged. It looked like shoot around. And they deserve to lose this game tonight.
Yeah.
They deserve to lose this game tonight. And Jay Boogie brought out a good point. If Big Cat would have made that basket on the baseline that rimmed out, we would probably lost this game tonight.
Yeah.
And it is ridiculous. But I can tell you this. I got some other takes that I'm gonna say that I said earlier, but I don't think you guys you definitely haven't heard it yet. So I'm gonna hold that one to the vest, but I'm gonna bring it out. I'm gonna bring it out because some things I've been thinking about. I'll give you a hint. A trade is coming. Ain't a doubt in my mind. A trade is coming. When I look at them standings, between 3 and where we're at in the 7th spot, it's like 3 games difference.
Yeah. Well, I know we got 15 million that we got to use up, and we don't.
And that's another thing.
Yep.
They're not in the business of profit sharing.
Yeah, we're not going to give $1 million. Hey, fellas, Merry Christmas. Here's an extra $1 million for all.
They're not doing that.
They ain't going to do that. I agree, man.
And Julius Randle actually is the reason why he accelerated this whole thing. Yeah. His play. You could actually build around Julius Randle, man.
Well, you missed it because Kev earlier was saying that he trade Randle and
I said Mitch.
And Mitch for Cat, and I was like, no.
I said during off season. I didn't say during the season.
You won't even have to do that. You won't have to do that because the only thing you got to do is just wait. Because with that mess they got going on with what they did tonight, that's the worst thing in sports that you could ever do. Matter of fact, they should be investigated.
I
said it was weird.
A couple of people in the chat, I think Quiet Money and a few of the others, they laugh because I watched MSG, and I have a weird ritual where after I do that, I meditate about an hour before we go on air and just get myself nice relaxed and everything. And somebody said, they fired the coach right after. I'm like, they didn't say anything on MSG. And it's like, no, it's all over. But the way it sounds like they had this was all done. And that is, like you said, that is, I said earlier, like usually the protocol is you take an assistant and you bring him up, until somebody else, like they did with Mike Miller, like we did with Fizz, and it's like, but for them to do that, it's like, yo, and
you've been talking to this guy while you got a guy in house. That's foul. That's foul, and that coach fouled for taking that job too, because that's an unwritten rule in sports. You don't do that. You don't do that, man. That's just straight up foul, and that's why they're gonna continue to be the sorry organization that they are.
But you think he's the son of Flip Saunders? That there's
that's what got me.
It was like family, and you're doing that to what's that say about your organization?
Like the old saying, but the person turning over in their grave, if he was alive, that would have tore him up to see how they did his son with that, because that's foul, man. That's foul. The only way is unless they gave him a heads up. That's the only way I give them a pass. If they gave him a heads up and say, hey, we're going to move in another direction, and this is the last game you're coaching. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think you put on an Academy Award performance because it just didn't look like anything.
It didn't.
If they would have won that game tonight, I don't think they would have fired him. Like, you're not going to fire, like, he won,
Yeah.
and you get fired.
You know why? Because
That still don't make no sense.
that told me say it was personal between them and how they feel about Tibbs. You can lose to anybody, don't lose to him.
Great point, man. Yeah, great point.
But yeah, that was. I was like,
to a multi-year deal, I heard.
Yeah, and I was like,
whoa,
that's foul. That's foul, man. I tell you what, if I was the Minnesota fans, I would be boycotting.
Yep. And if I was the players, like, get me the hell out of here, man.
And that's what's about to happen. That's what's about to happen, because if you don't have that, shows you don't have no loyalty to your coach. You sure ain't gonna have none to the players.
Yeah. So, hey, the only good thing about it is now people are not saying New York's the worst franchise in the league.
Yeah, exactly. We finally figured it out, man. And shout out to James Dolan, man. He get a lot of heat, but you got to give him them flowers, man. Smartest move he did was going and get Leon Rose, and the rest was history. That's how I look at it. The rest was history. Everything just done fell in place.
Yeah, so I agree with you, and you got me on the edge of my seat because I love your takes and stuff. I wonder what your thoughts are, but I'll let you'll do it when you want. But
well, you know what? I'll go ahead and do it because okay. I don't know how because long I'm like hang this. Out. So we were talking earlier, right? And Kev, I know you ain't gonna want to hear this, but you know that small forward position is a problem. I know you love who you love. You know, I used to love players like that too. But I learned my lesson with Patrick Ewing. Don't get attached to any player, because at any given moment, they can pull that player and get him on up out of here. Then you're emotionally attached. Because I'm gonna tell you, I almost stopped watching basketball after we got rid of Patrick Ewing. I almost did. I almost did, man.
I was devastated.
I mean, I had the Patrick Ewing shoes. I had, you know what I mean? I love the guy, man. I love the guy. He was the reason why I became a Knicks fan. Was because of Patrick Ewing. You know what I mean? So that's when I learned. I was like, you know what? Players gonna come and players gonna go, but that orange and blue gonna always be here. And shout out to Patrick Ewing for putting me on the team. You know what I mean? Making me fall in love with the Knicks. But
class act.
This is what I'm thinking. That small forward position, right? The situation out there in LA don't look good. There's a gentleman that goes by the nickname of the Claw. Did not sign that extension. The extension is still on the table, right? For him, his championships are bust. It ain't about getting to the playoffs.
Chip.
They're not getting past LA. The Lakers. They're not getting past the Lakers. It's not happening. 80 comeback. Even I think without 80, they're still not getting past the Lakers.
Wow.
I'm going to go on record and say it. I think they're still not getting, because you know why? Because the Lakers ain't done maneuvering. They ain't done. You know what I mean? The Clippers
do they have
is pretty
any
much
leverage though to do anything because of those contracts.
The Lakers always find a way, man.
Ain't that the truth?
They always find a way. They always have something in the piggy bank hidden. You know what I mean?
And but even with that, to give a cheap deal just to get the ring.
Even with that being said, even without the Lakers, do you see them getting past Denver or Utah?
Utah's so tough.
They can, but they might not even make it past them guys. The West is so deep and stacked. But the thing is, this is the point what I was saying. This dude is one of the most calculating dude in the league. And he's very smart. He don't say much, but when he make moves, everybody feel him. He had us on the radar when he first was trying to get out of San Antonio, when we was a sorry team from top to bottom. The Knicks are in a whole lot better place than they ever were. You got $15 million in cap space sitting there. Who's to say he don't go to them and be like, hey, because think about this. As the season continues to go on, the longer that extension sits unsigned, The front office is going to want to know what his plans is. You know what those plans are, rather. And who knows? He could go to them and be like, you know what? I'm not re-signing here in the offseason. I'm headed to New York. Y'all need to go ahead and trade take whatever they're gonna offer you because I'm not re-signing. And it's as simple as that. It could happen. Because we know, especially in the NBA, players control their movement more than any other sport.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
One is not like the Clippers are having a bad season. They're third in the West by like half a game. So I can see they were struggling, and you made that comment, but they're not. You know, they're third, but almost second by half a game. So I don't really see where you said that you see problems in LA because I don't see any.
Well, you know what? This is a regular season. When it comes to that playoff, it's a whole nother animal. With you know who, the reason why he ain't signed that extension.
Well, here's the thing with that. Okay, here's the second part, right? So because we don't know what's going to happen, you can't assume that him thinking like, you know what, this ain't gonna work out. I see it's not gonna work out. Like, I don't see him taking that course of action. Like I don't. He wanted to go to LA so badly. Like so, that's where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to LA. He wanted to go to the Clippers. Like he had a chance to go to the Lakers. He wanted to go to the Clippers. He wanted to play with Paul George. And so a year and a half later, you're gonna like, he's gonna say, nah, I want to go to the other side of the country to go play for the Knicks. Who we're third in the East, third in the West, and I'm gonna go play for the Knicks. Because here's the thing, even if that did happen, right? Even if that did happen, what would we have to give up? Because you're talking about gutting the roster. The Clippers ain't just going to let
you won't have to gut the roster.
Oh, please tell me what the Clippers are going to ask for in return for Kawhi Leonard. I would love to hear this.
Well, if you're giving up draft picks to get him,
the Clippers are championship contenders. They do not care about draft picks.
But you know what? They might have to, because if he leaves, guess what they're going to do? You think that team going to be something without him?
The point is,
but just think about that now.
Here's the thing.
What have Paul George shown that he can carry a team?
I would rather.
And they stuck with him.
Okay, case in point is the Raptors when they traded for Kawhi Leonard had no promises Kawhi Leonard was going to re-sign there, right?
Correct.
They was like, you know what? This is our window. We're going to take it right now. If he leaves, I mean, we're going to do everything we can to keep him. But if we leave it, no, we're going to put ourselves in a position to do this, right? So I think the Clippers are in a situation where it's like, you know what? Even if you leave, we're going to see what we can do. So even if you went with them like, I want to be traded, I'm like, you know what? You're free agent. You can go wherever you want in the offseason. But we are going to try and win a championship because that's what we are invested in. So you're not going to go to an organization is not going to go to, we're invested in a championship run. Like this is in the season, we're invested in the championship. And then even though we're still winning, we're not losing, we're not like below expectations, right? We're in the season, we're third in the West, we could be second, we're a top team in the NBA. You're not going to go from that to, you know what, let's just break it all down right now. That's not something you do in season.
But you know what? You do that when you got an inclination that the man that you put all your chips in ain't staying.
You would still try it out. You would still like go for it.
But you know what? He might finish out the season and then get on out of that at the end of the season.
Yeah, I don't see them
trading him. But even then, it'll be a sign and trade. Because they wouldn't want him to just walk out the door.
Oh, yeah.
Get nothing for him.
Yeah,
that sign and trade, a guy like Knox, Ntilikina, that's why they're holding on to them guys.
Well, you can't.
Well, you can do a sign and trade with him too.
But that's if he decided to do it. Frank has no inclination to want to sign a contract because he's a free agent. Whatever he wants.
Frank wants to be a point guard. That's what his captain said, that he wants to be a point guard. He wants to be a point guard. He thinks he's a point guard. Yeah.
So the Clippers, who already have a defensive first point guard, are going to, and they need a point
That's getting
guard.
old. That's
Yeah.
old, by the way. That's
But,
old.
Patrick Beverly has been hurt in the last few years,
but
man.
here's
Yeah, he can't stay healthy.
But hold on. What's the knock on the Clippers? They have no point guard, right? And so if you have no point guard, Frank Ntilikina is not going to be like, you know what? That's the guy right there. Who's never shown it.
Frank would be the thorn. Frank would be the thorn to sweeten the deal. So, but Knox would be gone. Him and Knox would be gone, definitely.
Let me get this straight. The Clippers, who are a championship contender, they're going to do a sign and trade with the Knicks for Kevin Knox and Frank Ntilikina.
And draft picks. And you might get a third team in there. Might be a 3-team trade.
Let me get this straight. The Clippers, who have Kawhi Leonard, one of the top
on an expiring deal. On an expiring deal. Put that in there now.
I think that's the key point, Kev. What Ron's saying, that
they don't have no leverage.
If he leaves, they're going to have nothing. He's going to walk out the door without anything. This is their way of getting maybe 4 good draft picks.
And let's be real too. When he came there to play, he didn't have a problem with Doc Rivers. You know he didn't have a problem with Doc Rivers. When you listen to them reports of what he was saying, listen to his commentary. He said our players need to play smarter. He put it on the players. It was that other guy that was trying to talk about Doc. You see what I'm saying? When he came there, who was the coach? It was Doc Rivers. That's who he came to play for. He ain't come there for the other guy that's there right now. I'm telling you, it's something to really watch, man. And you know what else? Don't sleep on World Wide Wes.
Yeah,
the behind the scenes man.
He's burning up the lines. I read that.
That behind the scenes man that got relationships that go all the way up to Obama.
So let me get this straight, because
don't think short-sighted, Kev, because it's a possibility.
No, because the thing, a couple of days ago on Knicks Morning Drive, I was killed. Now again, let's put it. Kawhi Leonard is from Los Angeles, right? He's from Los Angeles. All his friends and family are in Los Angeles.
San Diego State too, yeah.
I was killed the other morning when I said we could have got Chris Paul. And the narrative was Chris Paul didn't want to leave his family, which was on the West Coast. So Kawhi Leonard is fine with leaving his family on the West Coast, even though he just wanted to go to the West Coast to be closer to his family. Am I the only one who's like not getting the narrative?
I get what you're saying. I get where you're going, Kev, but this the thing.
I just want to put that out there.
You know what though? You know, I hear what you're saying, but you know what?
Because y'all killed me on this Chris Paul thing.
I know. I'm gonna throw this one at you though, Kev. I know. I'm gonna throw this one at you though. You know what? I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm speaking from a cousin's experience that was Mr. Baseball for the state of South Carolina. Should have been in Major League Baseball. Would have been in Major League Baseball, but didn't stay the course. You know what? Sometimes going home ain't always good. Sometimes, I'll say it again, sometimes going home ain't always good.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know, and I draw on my own military experience. When I was in upstate New York, I was 19 hours away from South Carolina. First time away from home. You know, I went on trips places, but being away, uprooted from home. 18 years old. All I knew was Fort Drum, upstate New York for all them years. You know what? The first thing when my contract was up, what I wanted? I wanted to get as close to South Carolina as I could. So I changed jobs, became a light wheel mechanic after getting away from the infantry. The closest they would let me get, I was trying to get to Fort Stewart in Savannah, Georgia, which is 45 minutes from where I grew up at. Closest they would let me get was 8 hours away, Clarksville, Tennessee. I jumped at it. Before that, they sent me to Fort Jackson to change jobs to become a light wheel mechanic. So I was home for 6 months. Worst mistake I made.
But the thing,
sometimes it ain't always good to go home, man.
Yep.
But
and the same thing with these guys that be in college too. Sometimes they need to get far away from home, and you hear guys say that.
No, that's deep, man.
but-
I believe you're right, man. I've seen that in life. Sometimes it's not. You're better off, going forward and not going back.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine to say if the Clippers were struggling, but they're not. If the Clippers were struggling, that would be a completely different narrative. If they were struggling, I'd be like, he probably wants out of there. But they're not. They're literally fighting.
But you know what, though, Kev? What you failing to realize? It ain't just about now. See what Kawhi thinking about is long range. What is going to be the easiest route to a championship? To even get there. You look at what's going on in the East right now. Them guys look at standards and stuff. They look at it. You know what I mean? The West is obviously better. So when you look at that situation, who gonna be in LA for a long time to come? Eddie ain't going nowhere.
That's
you know what I mean?
Sure.
And they're gonna continue to build around him, even when LeBron time is up. Okay. And LeBron still is playing at a high level. That's a problem.
Have you seen the Lakers without Anthony Davis and Dennis Schroeder?
See, you proving the point. Without them, when that team is at strength, Kawhi and them ain't beating that team, man.
Here's the thing: you just said long term, so LeBron's not going to be here long term. So they're going to have Anthony Davis, and I guarantee that team will look completely different.
Anthony Davis, they won't. You know what the Lakers do, man. The Lakers retool, man. The Lakers retool. That ain't the Pelicans. They retool, and players want to go to LA.
Yeah.
For more reasons than one.
Yeah. So again, the Clippers.
La La Land.
I just thought about this. The Clippers, who are about to open up a brand new, shiny, state-of-the-art stadium, also in Los Angeles. So they ain't got to share Staples Center no more. They're gonna have their own brand new, shiny stadium. Not gonna have their centerpiece to open this brand new, state-of-the-art stadium. That players are gonna want to come and play in the brand new, state-of-the-art stadium.
Guess what?
In downtown Los Angeles, also.
They know he's a different bird, man.
It's still Lakerland, man. It's still Lakerland. I don't care what they build. They can build a Taj Mahal out there. So it's still Lakers land.
So hold on. So Kawhi's going to come here to the Knicks when the other team in town has Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie.
That's why I'm glad you're going there. I'm gonna give you the rest of the fixings.
Okay.
I just set the table. I just set the table.
Just gave us the hors d'oeuvres. We want the steak and potatoes now.
I don't know what this
so I'm gonna give you some more to go with it, right? And so, Kev, we got Julius Randle that's 26 years old.
Oh God. Okay.
Hey, while you talking, Julius Randle is an MVP candidate. I said this. I did a show about 4 or 5 days ago. And when I did that show, what I did is I broke down every team that has those players that's always in the candidacy for that MVP, right? And what we did, Steve, I said, now you take every last one of these players off of these teams. What would these teams be? And everybody agreed. Every one of those teams we called, with Steph Curry, Damian Lillard, LeBron James, Giannis, Joel Embiid. Who else? Who's some of the other guys that they always mention for MVP? But anyway, you get where I'm going at. So everybody that we took off of those teams, you know what everybody came to the 100% agreement on? That those teams would be a lottery team without those players. If you remove, same thing with the Knicks. Without Julius Randle this year, the New York Knicks would be probably one of the worst teams in the East. Right now, we'll be a lottery team, and no doubt about it. We'll be a lottery team.
No doubt about it.
We'll be a lottery team. You look at his impact to this team, and that's how you look impact winning. And what is the effect of this guy on this team if you remove him? And somebody told me tonight, they said Wally Zerbeck and Alan Hahn was talking about Julius Randle tonight being an MVP candidate for those same reasons. A show I did 5 days ago.
So there's 10
So now,
people.
so I'm gonna give you the rest. I'm gonna give you the rest of the fixing now because you laughed, you poo-pooing Julius Randle.
Okay.
You got Julius Randle, you got Kawhi Leonard, you got a young RJ. Now, you still got, because remember now, a lot of these players we got on 1-year deals gonna come right off the books. That was a smooth thing, but these contracts we gave out, them bubblegum contracts.
Yep.
They coming off the books, that's freeing up more money. Guess what that opened the door for? Familiarity. Because we know now this team is not no.
Oh, I know where you're going, my friend.
You know exactly where I'm going.
I know where you're going.
Two guys I'm going. You know exactly where I'm going.
No idea where this is going.
KL?
Go ahead and call out Steven.
KL?
Yeah.
That's my man. I love my man.
19-6. Kyle Lowry and Ibaka. Because somebody told me tonight that Ibaka is on a 1-year deal, and I was shocked to hear that. So his contract is expiring too. And we'll have space to bring him here.
Okay, let's take a timeout.
Wait a minute. I'm excited because this is...
Think about it. And it makes it even better for what Kev talked about. Because let's say he waits till the end of the season to see how this thing play out before he makes his decision. And then them phone calls get made. That's why I'm telling you right now, Julius Randle, every Knicks fan should be rooting for Julius Randle to get that All-Star game. You know why? Because that's the biggest recruiting machine in the NBA. That's when players really talk and start putting stuff together.
How much money is Kyle Lowry going to want?
Ain't but money at his point in his
I was
career.
about to say,
if he
has Kawhi and he has a thing where, like, man, we go chip. Not
and
only
guess what they're going to make? And guess what they're going to make
in New York.
So hold on.
Endorsements. What they're going to make in endorsements.
So hold on. God. Let me get this straight. So it's not about money for Kyle Lowry, right? It's not about money.
It is about money, but they can make the money, like Ron said, in endorsements. This is New York.
It's not about money for Kyle Lowry. So why can't Kyle Lowry just go to LA?
Why he can't go to LA? LA ain't got no money. LA ain't got no money. No. They don't have no money to pay no players. You see that contract Marcus Morris got? That thing accelerates every year. Pull his contract up, Kev. I know you're good with numbers. Pull his contract up. And they're paying Paul George. Yeah. They're paying Paul George, and they would have to pay Kawhi. So they won't have no money to get nobody. They scrap. They ain't got no money. They ain't got no money, man.
So,
look at that thing now. Look at it closely. Don't let your eyes deceive you. They ain't got no money.
I'm looking at it right now. So next year they'll probably be in probably the same spot they are right now. Actually, a little bit less, actually. Believe it or not, but they'll probably still pick up like fringe players. So they'll still have the veterans minimum, right?
That ain't no money.
So so here's the thing. So we'll probably have to pay Kawhi Leonard about $40 million, right? Because if he gets to sign a trade, he's going to sign a supermax. So that's going to put him at about $40 million.
Not necessarily. Come on now, Kev. Come on, hey, Kevin. Come on, Kev. Come on. Kev, it's been done before. LeBron gave you the blueprint, man. Remember all them guys took less money to play together?
So Kawhi Leonard is going to take less money to play with Julius Randle and Kyle Lowry. Okay.
And Ibaka. And guess what else? we got?
He's playing with Ibaka right now.
And you know what else? Guess what?
He's playing with Ibaka right now. He want to leave.
And you know what else? And you know what else? The house money that we playing with? That Dallas pick. That's the coup de grace. That Dallas pick. That's the coup de grace.
That Dallas pick ain't what you think it is, Ron.
Okay, you sit.
Dallas ain't about to have a lottery pick.
You sit right there. They got a better shot at getting to the lottery than we do.
No, do you know what Dallas's record is?
Out west?
Because we talked about this earlier. Do you even know what Dallas's record is?
Let me see where they're sitting at.
They're literally one game behind us. We talked about this earlier, Ron. They ain't a lottery pick either.
You know what I was surprised about? I didn't realize Paul George makes more money than Kawhi.
He does.
That's shocking.
He does.
Kawhi makes $34 million, and Paul George makes $35 million.
And Dallas is in the 10th spot.
Yeah.
And they just lost. And you trusting KP with them knees?
I don't trust KP in any part.
Ain't
of his
no
body.
way. They're not leapfrogging any of them team in that top 8. They're not getting past them teams.
Dallas is not going to be the lottery team that you think. They're not going to get a top 5 pick or nothing.
Hey, Kev, do me a favor. Remember what you're saying right now. I just wanted to just do a quick shout out to the chat. Kaiser Sose, Chris Chang, Joe Curry, Jeremy, Shoquan, Latrell Sprewell, the American Dream. As always, good to see Latrell. Juju92. All of you, man. And just really appreciate all your support. Please do us a favor. Support our Freezy. We have 102 people in the chat, only 49 likes. So please hit those likes, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. Please share this link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Blarens Tears family. Thank you for getting us past the 1,340 subscriber milestone. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. Special shout out to our mods, Best on the Planet, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. Thank you. Kev, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say hi to the family.
No. Do your thing. This is their channel.
Man, I'm gonna tell you though, Kev, I know what it is. You thinking the old way, man. It's a new day in town, man. It's a new day. We got it ain't far fetched, man. You think about it. We got money, we got cap space, and we got the attraction to attract. I ain't talking about the city. I'm talking about the fact that the New York Knicks is playing winning basketball. Right now, if we would have won, if we had won that game against Orlando, that game we lost, and we would have won the night, we'd have been sitting in the 4th spot.
The old
either 5th or the 4th spot.
The old saying is
one game over 500. Wow.
Is how does if was a 5th?
We all be drunk.
Okay, if Patrick Ewing would have made that layup, we might be champions. If John Starks had a normal game, we might have been champions. If Jordan wasn't as good as he was, we might have been champions. Okay, if Dolan wasn't as bad of owner, we might be champions. Okay, if the only thing that I know for certain is the Los Angeles Clippers are a half game out of the second in the tougher conference. About to open a brand new stadium and have the bird rights, and Kawhi Leonard wanted. Let me repeat this again. He wanted to play with Paul George. I don't recall Julius Randle. Kawhi Leonard saying, I really want to play with Julius Randle. I know he wanted to play with Paul George.
I got a rebuttal to that.
At home, I know that, and that can't be disputed.
Guess what else? Yeah, he wanted to play with Paul George, but he didn't know Paul George was going to stink the place up the way he did.
Hold on.
Man, come on now. You know in that playoff. Man, stop. You know better than that. What Paul George did in that playoff, Kevin, you got to have amnesia.
So Paul George is always
matter of fact, ask the chat. That's why the man ain't signed that contract.
Thank you, Ron. He's paid superstar money, and he played so pedestrian in the playoffs last year.
So why could have Ben signed that max contract, man? That thing been on the table.
So again, Paul George. So what did Paul George plays better? What did they make? What did they win a championship this year?
They ain't winning, man.
But what did they do?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this, Kev. I'm gonna tell you this. You got a better chance of seeing snow in the summertime than them winning the championship this year. But it ain't happening.
I got a better chance of seeing snow in the summertime than I do Kawhi Leonard signing with the Knicks.
Okay, you better hope he don't, because you know what that means.
It's not even I hope I don't. But here's the thing. This
you know what that means? Your boy Kevin Knox gonna be on the first team.
That makes no sense. Here. Okay, that makes.
I love when you do that.
Zero amounts of sense.
It do make sense, Kev. You just don't see it.
Zero amounts of sense.
Steve, he don't see it.
So let me get this straight.
You short-sighted, man. You short-sighted.
Kev, don't you think your thought process has changed? Like Ron said,
no.
What LeBron did with AD, and what we saw this year with Kyrie, with Harden coming over teams are using
No.
different.
You know what it is? Because for one,
different recipe.
he
No.
undersell Julius Randle. That's right there. Let you know, like he don't value Julius Randle. You saw he was laughing. He was leaning back in his chair laughing when I talked about Julius Randle being the MVP candidate. Like that's far fetched.
You're not going to sit here and tell me Kawhi Leonard.
You just gonna have to be made a believer, man. Hey, it's as simple as this. Do you remember the guy wanted to come in when we were terrible? Do you remember that?
I don't.
You need to do your research.
How many players have said they want to play with the Knicks over the years?
I don't know how many people say. I'm telling you what the man said when he was trying to get out of San Antonio. Do your research, man.
So let me get this straight. Hold on, Ron. Because what you're doing is you contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he is. Listen. Okay, go ahead, Ron. Go ahead. Because
I'm contradicting myself. How I'm contradicting myself?
You just
Steven
said,
Fox, please tell me if I'm contradicting myself.
Can you let me explain my comment? I'll explain what I just said. Ron Cleveland just came out of his mouth and said a couple of years ago, he said he wanted to play for the Knicks. Okay, so last year, he said he wanted to go home and play with Paul George. Did he not say those things?
But it's a different environment. We didn't have Leon Rose. We didn't have Worldwide West then.
It's a different environment for his team. He didn't see Paul George stinking the place up when they got in the playoff like that, and he looking at what he had to deal with out there.
So what did they win?
Kev, you short-sighted, man.
Wait, you haven't answered the question. What did they win? What did they win a championship this year? What did the Clippers actually win a championship this year, Ron?
They're not winning.
But no, that's not. What if they win? This whole thing is about make believe and other. So what did they win?
I ain't looking at no make believe. I'm looking at the fact. You know what the facts? Hey, let me tell you.
That the Los Angeles Clippers.
Let me tell you. You know what the facts is? This is the number one fact.
Kevin Knox.
This the number one fact you need to be checking for.
Kevin, let Ron speak.
This the number one fact.
Let Ron speak, Kev.
This the number one fact you need to be checking for. The man did not sign that supermax that been sitting on the table since last summer.
They haven't offered him a contract.
Oh man, get out of here, Stephen Fox.
What report have you heard?
The
Clippers have offered him a max contract. They haven't.
That contract has been sitting on the table. Do your research, man. Do your research.
No, you pull up the report where they have offered him a contract and he said he's not signing it. Pull up one report that says the Clippers offered him a contract and he did not sign it because that's not happened.
I don't know. I just know that Ron, you said some thought-provoking stuff, man.
That's not thought-provoking. To say you say Kawhi Leonard.
Let me enlighten you.
Kevin Knox. How does that sound?
Clippers star Kawhi Leonard plans to enter 2021 free agency. NBC Sports. Clippers star Kawhi Leonard holds a $16,016,200 player option for next season. Just for my situation right now, I'm just focused on this season, said Leonard, who isn't extension eligible. Not saying I'm going anywhere else or staying here, but I'm just focused on this season. Obviously, if I'm healthy, the best decision is to decline the player option, but that doesn't mean I'm leaving or staying. This was always the obvious plan, and I appreciate Leonard being open about it rather than pretending otherwise. When Leonard signed with the Clippers last year, he inked a 3-year contract with a player option. He has 2 years from 10 years of service, which will make him eligible for a higher max salary tier, 35% of the salary cap. The 3rd-year player option was just a safeguard in case something went wrong. Next summer, Leonard will be eligible for a max salary of at least $39,344,970. Higher if NBA revenue this season is more than projected. That's obviously more than his player option salary of $36,016,200. Even if Leonard decides committing to the Clippers for exactly 1 more year is his best course, he'd opt out and re-sign to secure a higher salary next season. He'd also make it a 2-year deal with a player option, again, getting insurance in case something goes wrong. The Clippers remain heavy favorites to re-sign Leonard. Not that much has changed since he picked them just a year and a half ago. They're still in his native Southern California. They still have Paul George, Leonard's self-selected co-star. They still have a strong overall roster and the financial commitment to keep it humming. Leonard isn't even expected to explore other teams, but because he's headed toward 2021 free agency, Leonard will have the ability to leave. Sometimes players who sign an extension, if allowed, then rethink their situation by the time free agency opens. The Clippers' chemistry problems loom as a treacherous variable. As unlikely as Leonard is to leave, his departure would devastate the franchise. That's why there's so much pressure on the Clippers this season. Everything I was just talking about, Kevin.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what? That
wait,
whole you went off one sentence out of everything you just read, and I was like, oh, that's what I meant.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Attention to detail, young man.
Alawai is in the chat agrees with you, Ron. He said Kawhi did it in Toronto. He'll do it again, meaning he's done it before. Why wouldn't he do it again?
And by reaching the man gonna be a free agent.
Did he want to be in Toronto, Stephen Fox? Or did he want to be in Los Angeles?
I think he wanted out of San Antonio, and that's why he was in Toronto.
Where did he want to be?
He didn't want to be in Toronto, and I think he thought with
Stephen Fox. That's not the question. Where did Kawhi Leonard want to be?
He wanted to be with the Clippers.
Where is he at right now?
With the Clippers, but he was with the Clippers thinking that Paul George was going to be playing at a level
instead of him wet in the bed.
Thank you.
You haven't answered the question.
I think I
put this question out there. If the Clippers win the championship, what then?
Oh, he'll probably stay.
Hey, wait a minute. But what if he Toronto won the championship, and what did he do?
Oh, he left.
He went to where he wanted to be. So let me get this straight. If Kawhi Leonard wins a championship at the place he actually wants to be, he's still gonna leave.
Man, look here.
You did it before.
I give you.
No, you didn't want to be.
I give you that now, Tim. I give you this, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna agree with you if they win. But since we talking about if they lose, then what?
Hey,
and
Latrell,
your boy went to
check
bed
everything. All of a sudden, we have an echo.
He's a free
we have an echo. Latrell, check everything, please.
He probably got his StreamYard and that YouTube together, probably.
Because we were perfect.
It's not me.
Well, we were perfect before you came on, so let's keep
going. You want me to try it again? Come back out? I hear it too.
Yeah, do me a favor and Freezy bring him back in.
Okay.
Hey Kev. So we talk about if, right?
That's all this is.
So if Kawhi, if Paul George wet the bed again, then what? The man a free agent, and you still got to deal with AD for the foreseeable future, and LeBron. Yeah. That thing down there, that purple and gold, and then them other young guns coming up behind them. Utah, Denver.
Mm-hmm.
The road is a whole lot easier than in the East.
Is it really?
Yes, goodness. Really? Yes, goodness. Man, if we would have won, if we would have won them 2 games,
but we also have Leon Rose and West talking.
Man, hey, come on now, Kev.
What connection does
Brooklyn don't play no defense? They're trying to outscore you.
What connection does Leon Rose have with Kawhi Leonard?
Relationships that they know they don't have to.
And Joe Curry just told you, he said we got money for both.
This conversation woke me up. I was asleep. This conversation got me up.
It got you going.
You know why? You know why, Ron? You know why? Because I had the same dreams you did the other night.
Go get tested for mental instability.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, it's not far fetched. One thing, like they say, man, the guy got a track record. He done left a situation before. Matter of fact, before we even talk about Toronto, he left the most stable franchise in basketball, San Antonio, and it wasn't like they ever had no kind of issues like that. When that thing came out, it came out of nowhere that it was problems with him and San Antonio. I was like, huh?
Say that again.
When that situation happened,
thank you. I'm saying I'm doing it right now because who leaves Pops and who leaves
and nobody saw that. Nobody saw that coming.
Thank you.
Okay.
And he left Pop and he left Toronto. You think he gonna stay and then the man wet the bed 2 times and he's a free agent and then still having to deal with AD?
Because
man,
he didn't want to be in San Antonio.
Well, what I always tell you about being home. Sometimes home ain't always good, you know.
But that's where he want to be at, regardless whether it's good or not. That's where
I wanted to be in South Carolina, but guess what? Plans change. things will always be what you thought it was going to be.
Are the Clippers struggling right now? Are they championship contenders?
They will in the playoffs with
it ain't about. I keep trying to tell him. It's more than just being a contender. It's about chips for him, man. It's about the possibility for chips.
So
and if he see 2 years in the
but there's something else. If he brought Kawhi came here, and like Ron said,
people gonna try to come here behind him,
and we were able to get Kyle and put together the team
with Julius.
If you bring a championship to New York, you go down. You know, you go to a whole nother level.
He'd be on that level with LeBron. They'll be talking
Kawhi's
about him and LeBron.
Uncle the
Mount
mayor.
Rushmore, man.
He'll be on it.
Yeah.
We can make Kawhi's uncle the mayor. Kawhi's uncle would be on
anybody but De Blasio.
You know what I think? I think
he would be on the float with Hoodie Kev.
Punch drunk right now because
Hoodie Kev. I knew it. Hoodie Kev hope he don't come because he's still on that hope for Knox.
This has nothing to do with Kevin Knox.
You punch drunk if you still think Knox got a future with this team.
Think about what you're saying.
Hey, I thought I heard LaGuardia Airport. Wait a second.
Hold on.
Kevin Knox, this is your captain.
Hold on, Kev.
Kevin Knox, this is your captain speaking.
I think Kawhi's coming here.
Hold on, Latrell.
Really
place your tray in the upright position. Right. Put on your seatbelt. Prepare for takeoff to parts unknown.
So I just want to get this straight. And I just want a little bit of time to run through this whole scenario. And I want you all to listen to how this sounds, right? So Kawhi Leonard is on a championship contender and possibly a number 1 seed in the Western Conference at a place that he wants to be with a player that he wanted to play with, handpicked by him. So he's going to leave that for a sign and trade for Kevin Knox, who's getting DNPs, to come and play in New York City with Julius Randle.
3-team trade.
They're not going to have a choice. Kawhi's going to hold them hostage.
Kawhi's going to hold them hostage.
See, Kevin, you keep leaving out an important fact
that they can get is Kevin Knox.
No, we'll give him Frank too and some picks.
We can't give him Frank.
Stephen Fox.
Why not?
Frank is a free agent.
Leaving out that important fact. The fact of the matter is
that right there.
The fact of the matter is Paul George went to bed last year in the playoffs, hitting the side of the backboard. If he come back this year and they terrible again in the playoffs because he don't.
What if he isn't? Okay, well, so what if he isn't?
Sign up again for that.
What if he isn't?
Come on, man.
What if he isn't?
Well, then
history shows that he's not good in the playoffs. So I wouldn't bet against him.
History hasn't shown that he's bad in the playoffs.
How you mean?
Paul George
he didn't play good in Oklahoma
in the playoffs.
When Dame Dollar sent them home. When Dame Dollar sent them home, he didn't play good in that series.
I've seen Paul George in the Garden.
That man ain't played good in the playoffs since he been in Indiana when they had Roy Hibbert before the injury.
So again,
let that sink in.
So if he plays like Paul George, and
now you're going back to that if now.
I mean, it's all an if because I would take my money on Paul George playing like Paul George, and I would Kawhi Leonard being traded for Kevin Knox.
Man,
as ridiculous as that sounds.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Give him 2 first-round picks.
I'm gonna tell you what. You sit right there and thinking this man wouldn't pull a move, bust a move, and get on up out of there. Something wrong with you, man. That man left Popovich championship organization. Left Toronto where he just won a championship. And you thinking he's gonna stay and be mediocre and just be happy to get to the playoffs with Paul George can't get out of the playoffs, can't get to the championship.
It's about what you do in the playoffs.
Come on, man.
It's about what you do in the playoffs, Hoodie Kev. If they struggle, my opinion
you short-sighted, man.
If they
short-sighted, hold on. Have we seen Julius Randle stinking up in the playoffs? Oh, wait, that's right, because Julius Randle's never been to the playoffs. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Guess what?
Julius
Randle, what? He gonna be there this year. And your boy gonna be the water boy.
Have I seen Paul George in the playoff year after year after year after year after year? I have. Let me put up Paul George's playoff numbers, the Julius Randle's playoff. Oh, wait, I can't do that either, can I?
You see any rings on Paul George?
That hand is a bad Julius Randle hand.
Julius Randle? No, I'm comparing Julius Randle to Paul George.
Paul George hasn't played good in the playoffs for 10 years.
Huh?
The last time Paul George was good in the playoffs was in 2012.
When was the last time Julius Randle was good in the playoffs?
He was. I'm not going to blame him for being in a bad situation.
You know it's about teams.
Bad situation.
It's about what teams you on.
Now.
Oh, it's a team.
It's about the teams you on.
No. It's not a team thing. It's an individual thing because it's Paul George's fault. So it's not a team thing. Don't say team. Don't say team.
Who do you think Kawhi Leonard would want to? Who do you think?
Who did Kev?
One second, Ron.
I gave you more credit than that, man. You short-sighted, man. You got short-sighted vision, man.
Who do you think?
You got short-sighted vision, man.
Y'all are changing the argument to fit y'all narrative.
Nobody
You said Paul George cost the Clippers. You said it's a team thing.
Rod, do you see what you missed?
Hey, it feel like I never left, man. It feels just like I never left, man.
Who do you think Kawhi Leonard would want?
Hey, I don't figure out what Cam do. What Cam does. You know what Cam does? You know what I think he's doing?
What is that?
He been hanging around Freezy too much. You know what it is? Deep down, he know that what we saying is right.
No, I don't.
But he's like, I'm gonna keep revving the engine up. So I'm gonna poke because I know it don't take much to get him going. So I'm gonna poke. But he knowing his heart of all hearts.
No,
if you looking at that situation, man, what's the better situation? I got an easier chance to get there.
No, I don't.
Because I got an easier chance in the East to get there than try to go through that West.
Tom Thibodeau. He's a much better coach.
No.
Exactly. You give Kawhi Tom Thibodeau,
He'll fit
Julius
right
Randle, quickly coming out the bench.
Family, man.
So let me get this straight. So Kawhi Leonard, as you said, didn't want to play with the best coach in basketball. That's the
Who's the best coach? Oh yeah. He was ready to get up out of there.
You said that right? You said that right?
Yeah, he was ready to get out of there.
So let me get this straight. He didn't want to play with Greg Popovich. So he gonna play with Tom Thibodeau instead.
Yes,
right.
He will.
He didn't get Doc Rivers fired so they could hire Tyronn Lue.
If Greg Popovich was the coach in New York, he would have never left.
Hey, pull up stop.
Man.
Hey, pull up stop it videos. What you saying about PG-13 since living in Indiana?
Oh god.
PG-13 since living in Indiana is shooting 41% from the field and 33% from three, while averaging more turnovers than assists in the playoffs.
Hey, so you know what happened? Them hands get sweaty, man. He get them clammy hands in the playoffs, man. He can't hold. And I'm gonna tell you, you know when I knew Paul George wasn't the man no more? When it came in the playoff, when I watched Joe Ingles undress him.
Yeah.
Joe Ingles, when Joe Ingles locked him up, I said, "Oh, this ain't the same Paul George.
So
this ain't the one that was in Indiana."
I think one of the keys
before the injury.
Thank you. I was going to say, I don't think he was the same player around after that injury.
He ain't been the same. He has not been the same.
If we can get Bradley Beal, I think we'll get Kawhi.
Jesus Christ. Now we're talking about getting Bradley Beal.
I think Beal is the key to getting Kawhi.
Can we get LeBron and AD too?
No, I'm not talking about that.
Can we do that? Can we get
Joe Curry, when he broke that leg, he ain't never been the same since.
If you get a commitment from Kawhi's uncle that Kawhi will sign, then I will do a
Damian Lillard, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Anthony Davis.
I'm willing to do a Bradley Beal trade today if you can get Kawhi's uncle to sign.
Our sixth man can be like, Donovan Mitchell. Ooh, let's do that. Yeah, that's right. Let's do all that. Let's do those trades. And then we can have Devin Booker get traded here too for Iggy.
Different situation. Now you just being a clown right now, kid. You clowning.
No, we're getting Bradley Beal and Kawhi Leonard and Kyle Lowry.
If Kawhi Leonard, Bradley Beal, Emmanuel Quickly, and Julius Randle
are
they're winning a championship.
I'm with Shoquan on this one though. Hey, Shoquan, I'm with you on this one. He said, "Bro, I'm tired of y'all acting like we can't get Beal. I can tell you right now, if the Knicks want Bradley Beal right now, we can get him.
We can get him.
Without a shadow of a doubt, we could get him right now.
We could
get him right now.
And it's all going to depend on Kawhi. They're going to talk to Kawhi's uncle, feel it out. They're going to feel it out.
It's going to depend on whether or not we want to get rid of RJ.
RJ. Yeah.
Because I think RJ would be the person.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree that we'll get rid of RJ, but I also think they need to feel it.
And I wouldn't mind meaning if we got Beal, I could sleep with it.
I know, but before they do a Beal trade, I still would feel out Kawhi's uncle.
Trust me, I'm going to tell you like this. This is what you need to look at. If they make a trade to get Beal, they already got assurances that somebody else coming. Because you won't make a trade like that and give up everything unless you know for sure that somebody else is coming.
Yeah, we can.
Hold on, Kevin. I think Ron's on to that because Rose, Brock Aller, all of that, they got a grand plan, man. It's not one piece. They got they're holistic. They're seeing the whole thing, and I think Ron's 100%. If we do Beal, they have another piece that they know is going to be here one way or the other.
Yeah, a bona fide stud coming in behind them.
Sure.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, when you look at how close we are in the standings, I can assure you that a trade is coming.
Ron, this is why I like you, because you think ahead. You're thinking ahead of the game here. What? We're trying to get to position ourselves. What? I still believe that Kawhi's uncle could get on board with us.
Absolutely.
He's a Knicks fan.
And somebody said he's a Knicks fan. Yeah, somebody did say he's a Knicks fan. We need
to know somebody that knows Kawhi's uncle.
So Kawhi's uncle. Wait a minute. What?
Hey, Kev, they're saying in chat that you triggered because y'all want to trade Knox.
Yeah,
you know Knox about it here.
Listen, we're gonna trade Kevin Knox for Kawhi Leonard.
Well, you already know it's a three team. It'll be a 3-team trade.
I can't do this.
All they wait till the end of the season. But I can guarantee you this: if we get Bradley Beal, if they sign Bradley Beal, you can be assured somebody else is coming.
God. So why didn't
somebody else will be coming in the offseason?
Why didn't the Toronto Raptors do a sign and trade?
Why they didn't do a sign and trade? They ain't had nothing to sign and trade.
They had Kawhi Leonard. Why didn't they do a sign and trade when Kawhi Leonard?
They didn't have nothing for the Clippers to get.
The Clippers didn't have anything to give for Kawhi Leonard, but we got Kevin Knox, so that's everything.
The Clippers ain't had nothing. You forgot what happened with the Clippers? Chris Paul ran out of town. That team was in disarray. They were in disarray.
They made the playoffs the year before.
They had a bunch of role model players. That's all it was. Gallinari and them guys. We got a better situation than what they got right now.
No.
Than what they had.
The Clippers made the playoffs the year after Chris Paul left. They made the playoffs.
See, you going there. See, we gonna make the playoff this year.
No. You said they didn't have anything, but a bunch of
they had Gallinari. Who else they had on that team? Gallinari, Patrick Beverly, Trey.
Did they have somebody better than Kevin Knox?
But it don't take much to be better than Kevin Knox. You got a post. You better than Kevin Knox.
So here's the argument I'm making. You said the Clippers didn't have anything to give for Kawhi Leonard to do a sign and trade, but we have Kevin Knox. So the Clippers didn't have anything on the level.
I ain't telling you just Kevin Knox. Hey, you know what else? RJ will be in that deal.
But no, RJ can't be in the deal because RJ is going to the Wizards for Bradley Beal.
It just depends. It just depends on how
I didn't say I was including RJ.
It just depends. Hey, Kevin, it just depends on which way the front office want to go, man. That's all. It depends on which way the front office want to go.
I think we can get Beal without RJ, giving up RJ.
Christ.
I think so too.
How are you going to do that?
I think RJ could stay here with Beal. And with Kawhi.
What is Washington going to? What we giving Washington for Bradley Beal? I want to hear this because Kevin
Knox draft picks. They want draft compensation more than anything.
3 first-round.
That's what they're looking for. Draft compensation.
We're giving all the draft compensation to the Clippers. So what are we giving to the Washington Wizards? Because our draft compensation and Kevin Knox is going to
newsflash,
the Clippers.
Newsflash. Let me tell you what's about to happen with Washington.
I want to hear this.
I'm about to tell you what's about to happen with the Washington Wizards. You know what's about to happen. You know, hey, make sure you write this down. You know what's about to happen with them?
What is that?
Blow up.
Okay.
The end of the season, they're blowing that thing up.
They're blowing it up.
They're gonna start from scratch. All this, the writing's on the wall, because that thing ain't gonna work. They ain't. I'm telling you right now, they will not run that thing back with Beal and Russell Westbrook next year. They will not run that back. Not with the way the East is right now in the East.
Okay,
they will not run that back.
So hold on. So what are we giving? If we keeping RJ, and we keeping Julius, what are we giving Washington?
Washington want draft pick compensation. You did the research on that?
What are we giving the Clippers?
Well, we ain't gonna trade. We gonna get Kawhi in the end of the season.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
He gonna come on his own because he gonna be like, hey, New York got, because we had the money to sign him outright because all them little chickadee deals we had. Them $5 million, all them $6 million deal, we gonna let them burn off the books.
How much is Bradley Beal making?
What Bradley Beal making? Like 30?
Like 30 million? So you got $30 million going to Bradley Beal. You can have $20 million going to Julius Randle. So you're gonna sign. You still gonna be able to sign Kawhi Leonard to a max contract because that's 90.
Julius may give us a cut.
No, but
Julius want to be here
because he's already under contract.
Well, guess what, Julius? You don't even have to pay Julius this year. Julius the team got the option on him next year.
Exactly. So at 20
so
million,
the Knicks won't even have to pay him next year. That's why you can make that thing work with them three.
No, but you still got to pick up the option, which is $20 million. Because if you think Julius Randle is going to sign for less than that, you're crazy.
I think.
What's
the
team option? What's the team option?
I do.
$21 million.
I think Randle
team
will
option is 21.
$21 million.
I think they'll re-sign Randle anywhere.
Randle will do a team-friendly deal.
I think about 25 to about 28.
He'll do a team-friendly
deal.
Just
to allow them guys to come in because Randle's at a point in his career, as much as he hadn't got that big contract yet,
he wants to win.
He's ready to get to that dance.
Let's just
you know what I mean?
Hey, just real quick, Bradley Beal's making 28.7 this year, 34.5 next year, 37.2 in 2022.
So 34 plus 21 is 55, right? So you can't. That's 39.
We would owe Julius Bird's right.
Randle could be a mid-level exception,
and you know Dolan to pay that extra.
Listen
that
to
luxury tax. Go ahead.
Bradley Beal is making 34, and I'm saying they pick up the option because that would be the smartest thing for them to do with to pick up the option. That's $21 million.
Yeah, pick that up.
$55 million for 2 players.
Yes.
Then you're going to sign Kawhi Leonard to a max contract, which is about $40 million. So that's $95 million.
Yes.
Right.
For 3 players.
Correct.
And the
mid-level.
What do you think the Nets and others are doing?
Mid-level.
The Nets are doing the same thing.
Vet minimum.
Thank you.
Vet minimum. That's what you'll see.
Look, nobody's saying it's definitely happening.
Because
it's definitely a possibility.
Because
it's a possibility.
A lot of the players, like the Joe Harrises and the DeAndre Jordans, and even when they had Spencer Dinwiddie and Caris LeVert, they were already here. They were not here, but they were already on the Nets. So they weren't signing mid-level deals. They were already on the Nets.
I think they're about to re-sign. Either they re-signed Joe Harris. I mean, what's the kid?
They already re-signed Joe Harris.
Yeah, they re-signed him. So, yeah, they kept him. They went over the luxury tax to re-sign him.
Exactly. So they can do that.
That's the key thing. We haven't been in the luxury tax in a long time.
Exactly. And Dolan, money ain't a thing.
Jared
We got to own it. Money ain't a thing, man, with our owner. You know that.
So
they traded Jared out.
Hey, Kev, I'm going to need to kick it to you, Ron. I can't tell you how much I appreciate. The only thing I wish was Rob the Knick was here, so it would really be like old times.
Yeah, I came to see my guy, man. I came to see him, but hey, he ain't hanging, man. I'm gonna have to sign off pretty soon, man. I've been trying to hang out to try to hopefully come through, but
unfortunately, I have a really, really early doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I have to get out of here. So unfortunately, I had a heart attack a number of years ago. I got all this crap in my chest hardware. So I got to take care of it, and all that damn shoveling hasn't been doing me so well. So I'm seeing a specialist tomorrow, so I'll be here. So I got to get up real early, and I'll see you guys. But Kev, I'm going to be kicking it to you. Ron, I can't tell you how much I appreciate. You know I'm crazy about you. And again, folks, please, I'm asking you to please subscribe to Man. It's the Knicks. Great content and great guy, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you stopping by today. I know it's been a full day for you.
Yeah, that's why I'm about to get up myself. I haven't been on this thing since 5 in front of this computer.
I'm surprised you even have a voice. So, but you're just awesome, and thank you for everything. And Kev, I'm going to be kicking it to you. Freezy said he'll be coming on shortly. But
hey, Kev, don't think short-sighted, man. It's a possibility. That's what I'm saying, man.
Listen,
don't close. Hey, you know what the front office job is? Is to constantly make your team better, and their job is to turn over every stone.
No one's saying this is happening.
No, Ron.
Chad, I love you guys. I love you. I gotta go. Take care.
I ain't kill you for that. I ain't kill you for that. No.
Yeah, you did. You was one of them that was killing me. Oh, you didn't want Chris Paul. Chris Paul wanted to be with his family. That's not me.
Bro, I did say he wanted to be with his family, and that was reported. But
no one is saying this is happening. He got the money. It's a possibility.
It's a strong possibility, especially if they wet that bed again. It's gonna be some problems out there. I guarantee you they'll be concerned.
Yeah.
I guarantee you they will be heavily concerned.
Yeah, you got to monitor it, Ron. You got to monitor everything. I appreciate you bringing it up because I dreamt about it the other night. So I know Hoodie Kev doesn't believe in it, but the first step toward believing in it is speaking it into existence.
That is ridiculous.
Hey, how about fellas, man? Hey,
that is
good seeing you, man. Hey,
all right, Ron.
Hey,
I'll talk
to you. Ron, you gonna leave just when I've been listening the whole time, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, Kev being short-sighted, man. But I've been in front of this computer since 5:00 this afternoon, man.
Yeah, man.
But I wanted to check in because
you got me excited, Ron. I had to get up from my midnight sleep.
I wanted to say, man, y'all know I love Hoodie Kev. I love Hoodie Kev. Hoodie Kev is like Uncle Freezy incarnate. Hoodie Kev is
I
like
knew what he was doing, man. I felt it just hit me all of a sudden, Freezy. I said, I think, in his heart, he know that there's a possibility, but he just want to be the opposite guy, just to poke and prod.
Possibility.
Okay, hey, boy,
because
it was over.
Well, because when I first heard you say it, the first thing I thought was, man, ain't no free agents coming here. Ain't no free agents coming here. When last time a big time free agent came here? That's what I was thinking as soon as I heard it. You know what I'm saying? But it is.
Times are different.
But you can't argue the fact because the point was it's a possibility, and you can argue the fact that it's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
because he ain't signed that contract, man.
There's not a contract for him to sign.
Right.
See, I don't know. I don't agree. I think if they came to him already, he probably just said, "I don't want to sign it. I'm not talking about it."
He said he waiting to free agency. I just read the article on NBC Sports.
Because they can offer him a contract.
That's they can.
No, they can't.
Why? Why not?
Because they don't have. I'm coming home. I don't want to be rude.
Hey, Kevin, they said if you in this chat by yourself, don't just be talking about Kevin Knox all night. I'm reading the chat. I'm reading the chat.
If I'm in this chat by myself, they're going to like what I say.
That's right.
They're going to hear what I say. They're going to like it.
Okay. Me and Hoodie Kev going to hold it down like Trey and Ricky. You know what I'm saying?
Trey and Ricky.
I forget. Everybody don't know who Trey and Ricky is.
Oh, you funny boy. Know Trey and Ricky.
Wait a minute. Which one of us is Ricky? Is it the dark skin one?
Hey,
I don't want to be Ricky.
Hey, no.
I did not want to be Ricky.
No, I don't know. I don't want you to be not like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, man.
Yeah, man. But hey, I'm gonna tell y'all though, seriously, this is what I really do feel though, Freezy, man. Everybody, something coming. They're not gonna sit on that $15 do no profit sharing for them guys to get no extra kind of millions. No, they're not doing that. They sitting on that money.
Hey,
they're gonna be too close in the standings, man.
I know. I dig it. I don't say that I don't appreciate your thoughts on that. What I have come to the conclusion, not the conclusion. I've come to a crossroads in my thinking. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It is, and so here's the question: is Bradley Beal worth it? Like, is Bradley Beal worth bringing to your team? Right? And the reason why I think that is because when Bradley Beal is Robin, he's an excellent Robin playing within the team system. When he's forced to be Batman, he's a loser. The Wizards are trash. Right? So, so do you trade all this stuff to have Bradley Beal come here and be Batman? Because you won't trade all that stuff to bring him here to be Robin behind Julius Randle.
I agree.
Right?
No, you'd have to get a commitment from a Batman.
Yeah. Well. I mean, yeah.
Back channels talking.
Right.
There's a lot of back channel stuff going.
Right. And so here's the thing. So. What if you can't get a Batman? Say you can't get a Kawhi Leonard, right? Do you still go after Bradley Beal?
No.
And so here is the reason why I say that. Playing alongside John Wall, like them coming up in the backcourt together, when John Wall was like the alpha, bringing this dude along as the Robin, they progressively got better over the years to the point where they were a playoff stalwart, right? So John Wall gets hurt, and Bradley Beal the whole time is saying, "Y'all calling me Robin, but I can be Batman." When he got his chance to be Batman, you're like, "Oh my God, this right here, this right here just ain't gonna work. The roster is trash." But was the roster really trash, or was it the Robin couldn't, couldn't control things from the captain seat, right? And then you go out and get Russell Westbrook, right, to play with him, because the whole time John Wall was like, "This dude is not Batman. He's a Robin. Why do y'all keep thinking he's Batman? He's Robin." Right? Bradley Beal is like, "Yo, we having chemistry issues and blah, blah, blah." And they were having chemistry issues because John Wall called it. He was like, "Yo, Bradley Beal is Robin. He's not Batman." Right? And so John Wall gets hurt all these years, and we made 1,000 excuses. Oh, the roster's trash. The coach is trash. The organization should have did such and such. But nobody pointed the finger at Bradley Beal like they do other supposed stars and superstars. Right? And then you bring in Russell Westbrook this year, and the first thing you see Russell Westbrook sacrificing his offense for Bradley Beal.
That
right?
team is trash.
And
that team is trash.
And the first thing we say is that team is trash.
That roster, I look at their roster, man. That roster is terrible. I looked at it last night. I was like, I can't believe it. I said, let's see why they're sorry. They're sorry. But I'm gonna tell you this, Breezy.
How come
when I look Bradley Beal, you know what happened to Washington? Washington never got that third bona fide star. That's why they never won. They never had that
right.
dominant guy, that third guy to go along with Beal and your boy
Wall.
Yeah. That was their biggest problem. They never could get that other piece.
They never recovered from that Celtics series with Isaiah Thomas.
Exactly.
Right, but they had Kelly Oubre. They had Marcus.
But Kelly Oubre wasn't that.
He was young.
He was young. Otto Porter was overpaid. He wasn't that good.
Didn't they have one of the Morris brothers?
Yeah, Marcus Morris. And so Hoodie Kev, you see them making all excuses for Bradley Beal right now?
Yeah.
You see them making excuses for Bradley Beal, right? And like no matter what we always make excuses for Bradley Beal. Instead of saying, "Yo, Bradley Beal needs to own up for the failures of this team," we're saying we're making 1,000 excuses. Like, "Oh, the temperature was at 69 instead of 67." You know, the balls were more brown than orange for Bradley Beal. All the excuses for Bradley Beal, right? But if Julius Randle was in that situation, he would be getting crucified right now. And you know how I know this? Because I look back to last year, Julius Randle on a bad team was getting crucified, right? But we make 1,000 excuses for Bradley Beal. I think what happens is guys that look smooth and can score, like smooth shooters, we make 1,000,000 excuses for them, right? But what we don't do is criticize them the way that they should be criticized.
I hear you.
Am I wrong, Hoodie Cat?
No, I completely agree with you. And this isn't taking anything away from Bradley Beal. He's an exceptional basketball player. It's just, I think that one of the biggest problems is people undervalue what it takes to be a championship team and the sacrifices and the types of players you have to have. You just think that being a championship team, you can just get this player and this player and this player like a video game and just be a champion. And that's not how it works. It is, as many teams has had as much talent, all-star level players, whatever, and didn't win. There's a lot goes to that. And Bradley Beal, if you look at the teams that are contenders right now, it's not like Bradley Beal is going anywhere and being alpha, as you said. Would he even? I mean, he'll be an alpha to Julius Randle, because of, I guess, his output. But Julius Randle wouldn't be an alpha on any other team. So you're talking about two players who wouldn't be alphas anywhere else.
But
you know
but you can't say that, Kev. You
can
can't say that. No,
coaching matters, man.
Yeah, you can't man. So the thing with Randall is y'all cool. Y'all be killing. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly why I do the cop to Bradley Beal. So you can criticize Randall and make Randall look super bad. Like man, he just trash. On another team he'd be the fourth option. But Bradley Beal is on.
I said he wouldn't be an alpha. I said Bradley Beal wouldn't be an alpha. Neither one of them are alphas.
I tell you what, he's an alpha on this team.
Yeah,
he's an alpha on this team.
And this team is going where?
Going to the playoffs. Book it.
So the Clippers are going to the playoffs, but they're going to break that up because it's not working. So,
hey, the Clippers, it ain't about going to the playoffs for Kawhi. It's about championship.
It really depends what the Clippers do in the playoffs. That's really what it comes down to.
Exactly. And Kev don't want to see that.
Oh, no, because
he don't want to see that because he don't want to see his boy fly out on that first day smoking out of LaGuardia. You heard me.
If the Clippers win it all, that changes everything.
You still holding out hope for Kevin Knox, boy. You need to go to rehab.
This is not about Kevin Knox.
Yes, it is. It is about Kevin Knox.
The ludicrous statement that Kawhi Leonard
it is about Kevin Knox.
It's always about
Kevin. That he wants to be with a player, regardless of whether he stunk it up or not. The player who he wanted to play with. Kawhi Leonard has everything he wanted. This, right? Does Kawhi Leonard have everything he wanted?
Hey, I want you to answer this. People talk about stuff being far-fetched, right? I guarantee you right now, nobody in their right mind ever thought Deshaun Watson would be coming available at no quarterback at 26 years old, saying he want to get out of Houston.
Houston ain't the Clippers.
Don't do that. Don't do that. We're talking about situations that people want to get out of.
Why would he want to get out of the Clippers situation?
Why? Because I done told you. You ain't listening. AD, LeBron James, and them other young studs.
So how about this?
Utah and Denver.
How about
this?
And Paul George ain't no spring chicken. You heard me?
They can't get past the Lakers. He's gonna have second thoughts.
He's gonna have second thoughts.
Since it's AD and LeBron, how about we take all the best players and put them on one team and have that team go against the Lakers? Since nobody else can beat them. How we have the best players in the league and the Lakers?
Hey, what have recent history showed you against the Lakers?
That's what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. What recent history showed you with them guys in the playoffs?
How about this? Let's go get everybody and put them on the Knicks.
Hey, Freezy.
That's easy.
Hey, Freezy.
Because that makes no art. That makes.
Hey, we talking recent history. He had. What have recent history shown playing against LeBron and AD in the playoffs?
1 year?
I don't care what you're saying. We saw
1 year.
2 years, 3 years.
You act like they've been running the league for like 5-6 years.
You got evidence. That's why it's even more scarier. Because teams only get better the longer they stay together. They only get better.
Like they've been together for like 5-6 years. You said history, like it's only been 1 year.
Hey, it's something called a mental situation, right? You know why Jordan? You know why Jordan was killing everybody when he was playing? Because they were mentally afraid of him. LeBron got a lot of these players mentally afraid of him.
So Kawhi Leonard is mentally afraid of LeBron James.
You don't think something?
No, not superstar level, but regular level players are.
No, because
I guarantee you, Paul George scared of him. I guarantee you that.
The conversation is about Kawhi Leonard. So are you saying that Kawhi Leonard is mentally afraid?
That Robin, he got scared of him.
No, is Kawhi Leonard afraid?
Hey, you know how you know that Robin scared of him?
Answer the question.
I'm gonna answer this for you. I'm gonna answer this for you. No, I don't think Kawhi is, but that Robin he got is afraid of him. You know how I know he afraid of him? Because they made a phone call to him first. I ain't coming to LA. I ain't coming to LA.
Who said I ain't coming to LA?
I ain't coming to LA.
Who said that?
PG. The Lakers wanted PG. He did not want to go there. Do your research, Kev. Do your research. You need to do your research, man.
Yep, that's a fact.
You need to do your research.
No, I know that.
You got that look on your face now. You had that look like I'm just throwing out stuff out there.
No, because the thing about it is, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard wanted to play with each other.
Yes, they did.
So
they did.
Hold on,
We
Ron.
ain't disputing that. Go ahead, keep going. Keep going.
So if Kawhi Leonard is the Batman, and that's Kawhi Leonard's team, and Kawhi Leonard isn't afraid of LeBron James, then it doesn't matter if Paul George is afraid of him or not, because Kawhi Leonard isn't.
It does matter. It does matter because guess what?
Kawhi's uncle is a Knicks fan.
And guess what? When LeBron get on him, what are he gonna do? Shrivel up. Because he's afraid of LeBron. It always comes
back to Kawhi's uncle, Hoodie Kev. It comes back to Kawhi's uncle. We need to make Kawhi's uncle happy.
Hey, and come back to Julius Randle being that. And come back to Julius Randle being that All-Star this year. That's what come back to. Julius Randle need to be that All-Star this year.
Hold on, Ron. I want to ask Latrell if you're being actually serious with that, or if that's like a joking kind of thing. I mean, if you're being serious and you say Kawhi's uncle is the reason Kawhi Leonard is coming to the Knicks, then I just want to be 100% certain that that's something you absolutely 100% believe in, or if you're just saying that to like.
I'm trying. I don't know. I'm trying to believe in Kawhi's uncle still believes in the Knicks, and if he believes in the Knicks, he can maybe
That's not the question I asked.
Okay, what was your question? I'll answer.
If you believe that Kawhi's uncle is the key to Kawhi Leonard coming to New York,
I think he's one of the keys.
Okay. He definitely has influence on him.
One of them. It's gonna take a lot of things. It's gonna take Leon Rose and Worldwide West with briefcases. It's gonna take the Clippers failing in the playoffs again. Playoff P hitting backboards, sides of backboards. It's gonna take Kawhi's uncle becoming the mayor of the city. We're gonna have to do a lot.
I tell you this, Latrell. It ain't even just about the Lakers. Utah, Denver, Portland. Ain't no guarantee they're getting past them teams.
Kawhi's uncle has an opportunity to do something that Kevin Durant's agent. Kevin Durant's agent.
Paul George in the playoffs.
Kevin Durant's agent is a Knicks fan, and Kevin didn't come. Kawhi's uncle saw that and said, "You know what?
Let me jump in and just say something real quick, man, because I understand what y'all saying, but I think I heard y'all say this already. A couple of times in the last hour or so. I think the thing we don't take into account is that Kawhi Leonard, first of all, already beat LeBron James in the finals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kawhi Leonard is a two-time Finals MVP, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second thing we don't take into account is that Kawhi Leonard feels like he can win a championship wherever he goes, right? Because he actually won a championship and has been the Finals MVP for two different teams and two different conferences, right? So what conference Kawhi Leonard plays in doesn't really matter, because when Kawhi Leonard steps his game up, he can beat anybody head to head on any team in any conference, and the stats bear it out because he did it twice with San Antonio and he did it once with Toronto, right? And Kawhi Leonard also hits clutch shots. So there's no. So the thing about Kawhi needing Paul George, I think that's a tad bit overrated. You know what I'm saying? But what I think what we do need to look at though is Kawhi wants to be in a place where he's comfortable, and so to the point where Kawhi may come to the Knicks, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, because the dude is an unpredictable cat. He's an unpredictable cat. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I do see where Kev is coming from, though, man. I mean, things don't go our way, right? Things don't go our way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, with our luck, we'll trade for Bradley Beal. As soon as he get here, he'll blow out a knee, and he was robbing anyway, and then we would have to pay that contract anyway. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is my point to, or my thoughts on the whole Kawhi to the Knicks thing is I understand that it's a possibility, but when you're dealing with unpredictable personalities, it's hard to make, accurate predictions, is what I'm getting at.
I agree. We're just saying it's a possibility.
That's why I say it's a possibility. Who did Kev say it ain't?
We're just saying it's a possibility.
Who did Kev say it ain't a possibility?
We're not
100% saying
we're not saying it's definitely happening. We're saying it's a possibility that's something you should think about.
Exactly. It ain't far-fetched. The guy left Popovich in that winning organization. Nobody saw that coming. Then he left Toronto after winning a championship. Who does that?
Right.
And all them guys, they could have ran that thing back.
You know what the most unpredictable thing that we saw and people don't talk about? He terminated his deal with Jordan Brand to wear New Balance.
Yeah.
Right? And so people will say, and people will say, well, that's not even important. That's off the court. Nah, he was making more money with Jordan Brand than he makes with New Balance, but New Balance gave him more creative control over what he'll wear. Right? So the cat is a strange bird. He's like, nah, I'll turn down the money to do whatever it is I want to do. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at it that way, the dude just wants to be a free spirit. He just want to do what he don't want to be constrained by anything. When you turn down 10+ mil a year, over Jordan Brand was paying him 10+, I think it's 10+ mil more a year than New Balance.
No, you're right.
When you turn that down,
it's true.
You know what I'm saying? You have to think about the dude's personality. The dude is a strange cat.
He's unpredictable, and that's why you can't look at it and say, "Oh, well, he gonna 100% stay with the Clippers," because he already said he gonna be a free agent in 2021.
Right.
That's what he's doing. Right. So I mean, it is what it is, and if a person, anytime a player is a free agent in any sport, the team that has him, it's a cause for concern.
I'm not putting all my eggs in this basket.
No,
I'm not trying to
just saying it's a possibility.
We're just saying it's a possibility. It's something you can dream about. It's something fun to talk about. And we shouldn't be disappointed that we're talking about it because it's fun. And it means that our team is relevant.
It means for good talk.
It means that our team is relevant.
Yeah,
which is the fact,
yeah. We definitely relevant. We're gonna be in the playoffs this year.
Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. Since it's about being fun, what's the narrative going to be when Kawhi Leonard is a free agent? He comes here and he has a meeting with Leon and World Wide West, and he re-signs with the Clippers. Let's say that happens. What's gonna be the narrative then?
It won't bother me none. You can't win if you ain't got a dog in the fight.
We got a much better chance with World Wide West in their room than Donnie Walsh in a wheelchair.
And Leon Rose, the guy that has got relationships in this league, and everybody don't see nothing but good things. But I mean, ain't nobody bashing him.
So,
but
here's the thing. But
hold on, we played against the other night, and I watched the guy just about bear hug Leon Rose.
Hoodie Kev, we gotta get in the room.
Who was it that we just played the other night?
Hold on.
We have to get them in the room and lock the door.
Hold on. So if that happens, right? If we have a meeting with Kawhi and he still goes back and he signs with the Clippers, with all the connections that Leon Rose has and all the connections that World Wide West have, the narrative is going to be, and I hate to break this to you, the same old Knicks.
No.
Can't get a superstar player.
That won't be the same case. You know why?
It won't be the same case to Knicks fans. But to everybody else, that's going to be.
Let me share something with you, Kev. I don't care about everybody else. Only thing I care about is the orange and blue. And let me share something else with you. When it came to that All-Star voting, the only person I voted for was Julius Randle.
Me too.
I didn't vote for nobody else. I don't care about nobody else. I don't vote for no other. My allegiance is to my team.
Ron, I did the same thing.
I don't vote for nobody else. I don't get into that.
I only put Julius on the ballot.
That's
that was
all
the only person I voted for.
I thought you had to fill out the ballot to turn it to submit.
No, you can vote for just one person.
No, you can vote for one person. You can vote for one person. You don't have to vote for.
The button said submitted. I got a confirmation email.
Yeah,
no,
that's all. You don't have
to fill out the whole thing.
No, you didn't have to.
Yeah, I found out something new.
I don't care about anybody else other than
I don't care about nothing else but the Knicks. You heard me? If it ain't the Knicks, I ain't with you.
Well, we with Kawhi.
Hey.
I don't care about the Wizards. I don't care
possibility.
About the Lakers.
I like that one. That's a good comeback.
I don't care about the guys on around the horn.
That's a good one.
I don't care about Max Kellerman. I don't care about pardon the interruption.
That guy really gets on my nerves, man. I couldn't sit in the room 5 minutes with him.
Care about anything other than
I think he's the biggest joke on national TV.
And Bradley Beal
talking about Tom Brady gonna fall off a cliff, and now he been backpedaling ever since he made that comment.
He said it's a ravine.
My thing about it is this. I mean, I see what he meant I see what he meant. Because we can all agree there's one person who's undefeated is Father Time.
Yeah. When he comes out,
I see where he was coming from when he said it, because historically,
yeah,
older players fall off cliffs. So I'm not knocking him for saying it when he thought like, oh, he's a 39-year-old quarterback. Yeah, I see it, because it's like, how many times have we seen that? But it's the fact that he didn't
he didn't come off of it. He stayed off it when the evidence was to the contrary. It's like,
that's the thing.
It's like, Kev, you know what that is? That's like refusing to accept that a player is good just because you don't like him. That's just hating. That's all you are. You just hating.
I'm also still not ruling out that Devin Booker may come. I don't know if he's happy there.
He's happy. He's happy. Winning cures all, man. I don't think he's coming in.
I don't know.
I don't think we're gonna get no Devin Booker. I think Devin Booker.
He hasn't re-signed.
That's not.
He don't have to. I think he's still got 3 years left on that deal.
I'm still. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there.
That's one you ain't got to worry about.
I think Latrell needs to go to sleep. I think he's a little delusional, trying to pass his bedtime.
What's up, Rocket? What's going on, Rockstar?
Yo.
I don't know what's going on.
Wow. Hey, Kev, he ain't got to worry about Devin Booker. Devin Booker ain't going nowhere,
and I think Karl Anthony Towns could come too.
When they got CB3, they locked him up, man. Because CB3 got them boys looking good, man.
Yeah.
CB3 got them boys looking real good.
I mean, he would have.
Didn't he have 19 assists the other night?
Yeah, he had a lot of assists. I saw the game.
You was watching, huh?
I watched it.
Like to say that he would look really good in the Knicks, but
he would look great. The wonders he would do for Julius Randle, he made Julius Randle's life a whole lot easier, and he can still shoot that thing.
But I got ate up. I got ate up the other day when I said it.
Definitely can still shoot.
Now, hey, I'm gonna tell you now, CP3 the player. Hey, Kevin, I'm gonna tell you right now, I wanted CP3 here.
Me too.
My only concern was that contract, and traditionally, like what you just said about players being old. We know they normally
injured.
But this guy, him and LeBron, they've been the opposite of that, man, for basketball. Them guys ain't slowing down. They ain't slowing down, man. They're still playing at a high level.
We missed that train. We missed that train with CP3 when he went into play here with Carmelo and them guys, man.
Yeah, we gave that money to Amari.
CP3 ain't going to be in Phoenix forever.
Wasn't Amari Chandler. We gave that money to Chandler.
I'm just saying, Devin Booker's probably going to stay. I get that, but CP3 ain't going to be there forever. I'm just saying that.
Well, he's old. He's going to stay there probably for like 2
That
years.
don't matter for some players. Some players players can last the test of time as long as they keep their body in shape. Some players get better. Find some player age like fine wine.
And with CP3, his game, he ain't no high wire act, so he all about staying on the ground. So he gonna carve you up with his brain.
No, I agree. I'm just saying Booker's happy now. Doesn't mean he's gonna be happy in 2 years from now.
I'm gonna tell you
no
what's
one's going to be happy, and everyone's coming to the Knicks. Does that make you feel better?
I'm trying to make everyone unhappy. That's my goal. I want everyone to be unhappy.
Phoenix about to draw somebody. They about to get somebody to go down there and look at what they're doing, and we'll be trying to get on with them boys, man.
As a Knicks fan, your goal is you want people to be unhappy because that means they want to leave. So I'm trying to make everyone unhappy.
And come to the Knicks.
Hey, I can tell you this though. When we was talking about Bradley Beal with Julius Randle, if they use Julius Randle in the role that they're using him in, and using Bradley Beal to be that scorer where he ain't got to worry about trying to get his own shot like that, it definitely could work for Bradley Beal in his favor.
It's a fact.
Because the only thing you have to worry about is letting that thing go. Julius sucking in them. Think about it. Julius sucking in them double teams and kicking the ball out there. Alex Burks and Reggie Bullock.
Don't even say those names.
Who Johnny come lately. You know what I mean? Them boys show up but once every blue moon. You know what I mean? And I ain't talking about the bare blue moon neither. You know what I mean? So you imagine him kicking that thing to Bradley Beal and go
Somebody
buy
said
another
Bradley Beal's wife is a Knicks fan. I didn't even know that, Shoquan.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that, Shoquan.
Listen, Hoodie,
He might just be saying
about to get you, man. Hey, you about to crank Hoodie up, man. Hoodie, who? Hey, Hoodie Kev, go get you, boy.
I know that it's late, and like I said, the
But
trash
bro,
has
you
been
just
on a
asleep,
while,
man.
so you probably usually been asleep.
Bro, you
by
dreaming
now.
tonight. You really dreaming, ain't you? I think
Kevin
you
Knox,
sleep.
Kevin Knox and Frank Ntilikina might be on that train for Bradley Beal with some picks, man.
Why do
he will if that
people?
trade happens.
Again, the fun. This is, and I want people to listen to not like listen.
Man, I'm about to go to bed, man. I'm going to bed, man.
Are
Y'all
not
had me up all day. I'm gonna
going
listen to y'all, but
trade a superstar or all-star level player for players who are getting DNPs.
you're gonna have to get a third team involved.
Man, they just
That's
keeping them healthy,
not
man. They just keeping them healthy. They
going
got them. They
to happen.
You gotta get a third. You gotta get a
Juju
third
says
team involved.
Giannis's grandmother is a Knicks fan.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
You're believing everything you hear at this point.
I don't believe anything
All
that
I know
anyone is saying.
All I know is that it's definitely linked. But they're talking about that McCollum and Bradley Beal. Those two. That's what they're talking about. But I can tell you like this: if they pull the trigger on Bradley Beal, then that tell me that they're looking at something else coming down the pipe. They want to make that move just for him and Julius.
Do you believe that report, Ron? You believe that
I believe
report?
it's true. I believe it's true.
I do too.
It's true.
I think they're doing their due diligence. That's what they should be doing.
It's true. I believe where there's smoke, there's fire, man. You know what I mean? And that thing they've been wanting to move for the longest. I think they've just been trying to be loyal to him because he's loyal to them. You know what I mean? Not wanting to go like that.
Before you go, where do you rank Bradley Beal in the whole league? What is he a top 20 player?
At his position? Or
No,
just
I'm just saying
player?
overall. You can draft a player. Where is he?
I would put him in the top 20. Definitely
top
in the top
15,
20.
top 20.
Closer to 20, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 15 to 20. You can say 15 to 20. I mean, 30-something points a game is 30-something points a game. I don't care what you're playing on. And that's what makes it even more remarkable. That team, look at that.
Leading scoring this year. He's leading scoring this year.
I think Randall's more valuable than Beal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'll say
Randall has to do a lot with this team, man.
Randall has to do a lot.
He's leading the team in points, rebound, and assists.
Here's one thing I'm going to say, and I don't know the rules. Like I'm not 100% good at the rules, and it's not anything against like trading or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very skeptical from the articles that I've read about World Wide West using back channels and stuff. I don't want it to come like tampering. Yeah. I know he's never been in like an NBA executive. And that was the first thing I thought. I was like, when they said back channeling, I was like,
I thought about that too.
I hope he's going within the rules.
I said, I hope it ain't true.
That's my whole thing.
That'll cost your team draft picks, and they'll get fined.
Yeah, like that's the one thing when it was the word back channeling.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Mean they're having conversations off record.
Yeah, because I don't want it to be tampering.
Off record.
No, I agree. You can't do that.
They got an intermediary. Basically, where they talking to carry a message. That's what they.
We don't want to get fined or suspended.
He ain't having no direct contact. That's all that means.
I agree. We don't want to lose picks.
No, we don't need, because I'm gonna tell you what. If that happens, he needs to be fired. Yeah, I said it. If that happens, when I read that article and that, because my antennas went up, I was like, oh. I started thinking just like you thinking.
We don't want to lose.
If that costs us draft picks and money, he need to be out of here.
Yeah.
Because common sense is, but everybody ain't got common sense. But common sense, you do not play around with that kind of stuff.
But they're gonna blame Dolan. They're gonna blame Dolan though. Y'all know how it is.
Oh, they'll try to blame him, but I won't even try to hit it. I'll shut that down quicker than somebody.
Yeah, because like I said, it's from your executive. Like I said, that's the thing about it, is the World Wide West has never been an executive, right?
Yeah.
He's probably not thinking as
do he knows the rule? Do he know the rules?
I hope so. I hope someone's come to him and be like, hey, like Walt Perrin or
don't even talk to people.
Large Anus in the chat. I know who you are. So I know who you are.
The best. That's why I say, what needs to happen for any kind of, the legal tampering that goes on with players talk. That's it. Julius Randle need to do all the recruiting. Nobody need to touch anybody that's under contract and trying to do nothing with them.
Yeah, there's a difference when a player does it, like behind the scenes.
Yeah, players do it; they can do it all day.
But when an executive does it, that's different.
I agree, Kev. We don't want to break the rules.
And it'll be us if that happened to us. They'll probably try to take multiple draft picks from us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they probably would.
And money. They're gonna tap into that salary cap we got.
And you talk about be the joke. Hey, we'll be the joke then, Kev.
Yeah,
that's when we'll be a joke.
Yeah, and this is something I want to put out there. Like when I heard it, I was like, "That's the first thing that jumped in my mind."
I'm gonna tell you, when I heard it, Kev, I didn't want to even talk about the article.
Hoodie Kev, when we win a championship, I'm gonna be on the float with you.
I don't think I'll be on any kind of float. I might have like a root beer float or something like that.
You're not gonna be on the float at the parade?
It's the closest thing. It's the closest fruit I'm gonna get to.
We're gonna be on the float at the parade. We are.
I haven't been in a parade in.
It's been a long time since I've been able to look at any of my team. Well, my Atlanta Braves almost got close this year. Hot dog them Dodgers, man. Yeah, man, I'm a Braves, man. I'm a Braves, you heard me?
I'm so
sorry. That's all I've ever wanted is just
Hey, we tough, man. You know the Braves tough. That's why you saying that. You know we a problem. We a problem. You know the problem with us, bro? I'm gonna tell you, Kev, you know the only thing I hate with my team, and I love the Braves. Always have ever since we had Dale Murphy. The only thing that teased me off at the Braves is when you look at us, you like, they just need to go ahead and spend the money. Just spend that money because you're going to get it. But that team we got right now, if we spent that money to go and get Trevor Bauer, because he was the first one, I was like, when I heard I said, we need to go and spend that money, go get him. Go get him. But the thing is with us, we like to depend on our farm system too much. And you still need proven guys that's proven when it comes time for that playoff, man. Because that thing get tight. Players get tight in that playoffs, man. And that's the thing with the Braves. And I hope it don't come to a point where with us that we look at this team and be like, okay, we good, so we just sit back, and then next thing you know, you look at these guys in their 30s and you like, now we need to go ahead and do something. You should have done that a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
That dude Anthopoulos, our GM, Anthopoulos, that came from the Dodgers, I ain't too crazy about him.
I mean, you would think he came from the Dodgers that he would know about spending money. Because probably not him, it's probably the owners.
And I think he was at Toronto at one point too. With Toronto at one point, but he was with the Dodgers, I believe. Because
sometimes it's you can have like I'm a Mets fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have like the richest owner in baseball, right? But our president is like old school, kind of conservative with spending.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like they don't mix, because we could have got Trevor Bauer or George Springer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they were content. They got Francisco Lindor, and they just like became content.
Yeah,
like,
but we offered him more money. We offered him more money than the Dodgers, and he turned it down. Yes, we offered. Kev, listen.
He wanted a 1 year deal.
Yeah,
I think y'all offered him multiple years.
Yeah, we did offer him multiple years. With the average,
he
would have been the highest
more.
Kev,
Will Freeze.
Kev.
He just wanted a 1 year deal. He wanted
Freeze.
We offered him he was going to be the highest paid pitcher in baseball the first 2 years of the deal, and we couldn't guarantee that for the third year of the deal, and he signed with the Dodgers.
I'm glad y'all didn't get him, because I sure don't want to see him. I'm glad he up out of there. We'll see him in the playoffs, but
I mean, you're still under the division with the best pitcher in baseball. You know that, right?
Who the best pitcher?
Mr. Jacob DeGrom. You ever heard of him?
Hey, they ain't gonna do you that good. You ain't got nothing else.
I'm mad. His thing I'm mad about. I made it acknowledge it. He said, "Who is that?" He just went on to something.
hey, you know we own y'all, man, and you know you don't want to see Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman is that Met killer. Freddie Freeman is that Met killer like Chipper Jones was.
No, he ain't no
Chipper Jones was hitting the cover off everything.
Freddie Freeman got a long way to go.
You got happy when Chipper retired.
Listen, I like Freddie Freeman.
And guess what?
No Chipper Jones.
And guess what? Chipper Jones. They brought Chipper Jones back as a coach, as a hitting coach. He back on the payroll. You heard me?
Gentlemen, I'm off to bed, but Ron,
Hey.
speak it into existence, my man. There's nothing wrong with talking about it.
Hey, you know what I mean? We got moves to make, man. But I'm gonna tell you this. Don't get
Hoodie Kev is
attached.
skeptical, but it's okay. It's okay.
I'm gonna tell you what I think, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get off, but I think you know what's gonna end up happening with RJ. I think he's gonna still be here, but you know what they're gonna do with it? They're gonna move him to the small forward because that's what his game screams. When you look at how he plays the game, he's not no shooting guard.
I've been saying
I thought
that,
you
man.
said they were going to move him to sit next to Kevin Knox.
Boy, you silly. Yeah, they're gonna make him a small forward, man. You can see it.
I do. I also, by the way, just on tonight's game, just really quick, I did like some of the things RJ did at the end of the game. That was a nice finish he had.
Everything he does is streams small forward, man.
He just
Getting to that basket the way he does.
he makes
small
more
forward.
difficult. He makes more difficult layups than simpler layups. Like,
Yeah.
it's really weird. He just needs to work on that.
If he could just finish his bunnies consistently, he'd be such a better player. The ones around the rim. Those are the ones he's going to get, man. But
You see your boy Quiet Money said in that chat, Kevin, that's for you. He said
His
he was
mid-range game is not too sharp, and his three-point game is not too sharp.
He's not a shooter. He's a scorer. He's more of a
he's
slasher.
a slasher.
And that's normally your small forwards.
Yeah. Anyways, man. Talk
All
to you
right,
guys
man.
tomorrow.
Hey, I'm out,
Love-
man.
Hoodie
Yeah,
Kev,
I'm out,
love
too.
you. You know I love
I'm
you.
out, so I just wanted to come check in and see
Easy.
the guys.
Appreciate you, man.
Peace,
Appreciate
freeze.
everything. All right, free.
Duke,
Salute.
See y'all
what's
later.
going on? Rocket.
Hey, can I chime in real quick on the Kawhi thing?
Yeah. Who? Wait. I forget
What
who it
stupid videos? You've seen me in the chat, man. Come on.
is. Okay. I didn't know
All
who you. I didn't see. It's kind of weird.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, I see the what's it called, comments in front of it. But anyway, so can I go back to that real quick?
Yeah.
All right. So basically, I agree with you, Kevin. He's, I would say 90% right now not coming to New York. Okay, but I still think there's a chance, and here's why, real quick. Okay. So first off, we don't have to trade for him. Okay, we do have the cap space to sign him, even with a Julius Randle and Bradley Beal, if we give up RJ Barrett in the trade for Bradley Beal. Okay. Secondly, if they choke in the playoffs in the second round, it's an if, I know, I understand. So I still agree he's probably not coming here, okay? But if they choke in the playoffs again, man, in the second round, do you really think Kawhi wants to stick around for that, especially if Paul George plays like, you know what? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I think there's a better chance than you're giving it credit for, man.
I just believe that personally, Kawhi Leonard is where he wants to be with who he wanted to be there with. And when you have a team, right, that has given you everything that you wanted, then why would you leave? Because here's the thing, until, God forbid, Jerry West, like, I'm too tired for this, or too old, or God forbid, something else. I can see them still making moves. They've given Kawhi Leonard the coach that he wanted, at a place where all his family's at. He's from there. So that's why even if he did leave, and that's the thing about it, and this is what kills me with a lot of Knicks fans. Even if he left, there's still 29 other teams that would be lining up.
29 other teams don't have our cap space.
Leonard.
29 other teams don't have our cap space. 29
I'm
other
pretty sure
teams
if
aren't
Kawhi
in the playoffs
Leonard,
right now.
I'm pretty sure if Kawhi Leonard said, I want to go play with Detroit would make a way and
They'll do
they
anything.
clear cap space.
I mean, they would, but they're not as good. They don't have a Julius Randle. They don't have.
No, I'm not saying Detroit. I'm just giving that just a random.
I know. I'm just saying too. I got you.
That's all I'm saying is, like, it's not just the Knicks and no one else. There's other teams in the league that are probably better suited to win a championship. Even if we got Kawhi Leonard, it's not like we're going to be the favorites to win a championship.
Probably not, but at the same time, man, all right, if you get Julius Randle and you keep him here and you get a Bradley Beal, you can't tell me that Bradley Beal, Julius Randle, and Kawhi Leonard is not more attractive than just Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. I'm sorry, you can't. I think it's a better team. I think we got the better coach. I mean, you can tell he obviously doesn't care about the coach because he left San Antonio and left the Raptors. But I still think it is a plus. He does know World Wide West. His uncle is friends with World Wide West. I know the uncle talk is annoying. It's kind of phony, whatnot. But I mean, it's a real thing, man. His uncle, he's really big into where he goes. He really, is definitely a family man. You can tell that he really cares about his uncle and cares about his opinion. And if the uncle number one's a Knicks fan, knows World Wide West, if they lose in the second round, I know there's a lot of ifs, and if we get Bradley Beal and we can keep Julius Randle in the Bradley Beal trade and we make the playoffs, I think we got a good chance, man, especially if Paul George poops the bed again. I don't think it's an over 50% chance or anything like that, but I think we got like a 1 in 3 shot if every single one of those things happen. It's a lot of ifs. I'll give you that.
Perfect world.
But I think there's a chance, man. That's all I'm trying to get at.
I kind of want to, Uncle Freezy, you and Kev were talking about this earlier about how Bradley Beal and how people really, like, they make a lot of excuses for him, right? And I feel like, for me personally, I would rather trade for Zach LaVine. I feel like he's a better fit, and I would, like, if we give up RJ, which is definitely would be in a trade, I think for Beal, I would rather do that to a team like for Zach LaVine, like in a trade. But tell me that, you see, like earlier today when I was like in a few different shows, there were like people talking about how RJ going 10 for 20 was bad efficiency, right? Which we can agree is not that good of efficiency, obviously. I mean, it's 50%, but to get 20 points from 20 shots is not what you want it to be at. But then you can't tell me.
But he also missed a whole bunch of bunnies.
Yeah.
And the reason why it was inefficient is because he missed a whole lot of shots, like 6 foot, 5 foot away from the basket.
Yeah.
So,
but like, tell me, like, I know they're two different players, but like, if Beal would have that type of game, it would be a whole different story. He would get praised. And then I took out like one game from Bradley Beal, and he went like 10 for 24, and he had like 8 free throw shots, right? He got like 35 points. People would praise him for that game and not mention his field goal percentage. But when you look at someone else, like if RJ would do that, everyone will go crazy. Like, it's like the consistency is not there, and I feel like he is on a bad team, and his efficiency at times is bad, but people do not talk about it.
I don't believe it. Let me ask you, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay. So
Kev, why you carding him like that?
No, I'm about to go. No. It's not about. Can I finish? I would let me finish. I'm about to go somewhere with this, right?
So just don't be disrespectful, though.
No.
Don't worry.
Can I finish?
Not if you're gonna be disrespectful.
This is not about. You know what? Okay, so let me just go ahead before I get distracted again. So that's not true when you say that people wouldn't be critical on Bradley Beal, and I'll tell you why. For 15 years, the New York Knicks had a Hall of Fame player. His name is Patrick Ewing, one of the best centers in his generation. One of the best centers, period. Perennial All-Star. And every little thing that Patrick Ewing did, people would criticize, right? They criticize. One of the greatest ever. Think about that. We criticize Patrick Ewing. And so to sit here and say that we wouldn't criticize Bradley, we hold as Knicks fans some ridiculously high standard that you have to be absolutely perfect. And that's not true. So to say that Bradley Beal wouldn't be criticized, like people criticize Carmelo.
No, I'm not talking about us. I'm saying people in general. If you look at the Wizards playing,
nobody else would criticize him other than Knicks fans.
No.
Nobody else.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying if he was on the Knicks. I'm saying in general, like if you watch him from the Wizards, he's not getting criticized until he'll come to our team. He'll get criticized. People are not just gonna criticize him right now if he's having those games. They'll praise him and want to get him more. That's
so let me jump in. So what did his age have to do with that point?
Because I was saying he didn't see Patrick Ewing and didn't know what Patrick Ewing had to go through.
Okay, all right.
That's what I was brought up Patrick Ewing. I was like, if you remember, Patrick Ewing was here, and every little thing Patrick Ewing did, he got criticized for.
Yeah, I remember that, and it was that entire era They got
Yeah.
criticized for everything. And as a matter of fact, some people still criticize John Starks for going 2 for 18 in the finals because they criticized that entire era.
Some people do, and that's rightly so. I mean, there are some people who should criticize a player who's the second best player on the team for going 2 for 18
in the
in a
finals.
closeout game. That was like game 2, nobody would have cared. But the closeout game, the game that you needed to win, I think that's fair to criticize said player.
Okay. And I have another question. Who would you guys rather have if they're available, Zach LaVine or Beal?
Beal.
I don't want either one of them.
Why?
Zach LaVine.
Yeah, if anyone, if we would have to trade, like if the team would want to trade, I would also want to trade for Zach.
Because here's the thing, neither one of them are going to do anything for this team.
Yeah, I personally don't want to trade.
And so that's why I don't want those are not Zach LaVine per se, but Bradley Beal is a type of move like a Milwaukee would make or a Philly would make
or the Heat
or someone who's like championship contenders. Like for the Knicks to make a trade for Bradley Beal is not going to do anything for us.
To be fair, though, I think if we did make a move, I think that we know that somebody's coming. I don't think we would do it just like put them. I don't think they're planning on putting a Beal or a LaVine next to just Julius Randle, and that's it, and that's all we got. And they're like, all right, we're going to win a championship this. I don't think that's going to happen. But if we do make the deal, I do think they think that somebody's coming here, or they know that somebody's coming here, or they think we have a very, very good chance of somebody coming here who is a top 15-inch player.
Here's the thing about that, right? There's no other free agents of any value other than Kawhi Leonard. And so if Kawhi Leonard goes to or stays in the Clippers, you've already traded so many assets to get Bradley Beal that if someone else did come available, you're not going to have anything to give up for that player.
Yeah, but you would have cap room, though.
But there's no free agent.
I understand that, but you still have cap room over time. Every 5 years, every NBA player is a free agent.
But here's the thing. So 5 years from now, Bradley Beal is going to be how old?
I have no clue how old he is, man.
He's going to be like 32.
32, 31.
Right? So
27.
So the thing about it is this. You get Bradley Beal now because you want to do something right now. And so next year, there's no free agents. So having cap space is irrelevant because there's no other free agent.
Zach LaVine's a free agent after next year.
But you have Bradley Beal, and they play the same position.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you could maybe move one of them to it's the small ball NBA. I feel like you might be able to play both of them. But yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Not going to work out.
Probably not. No, you're right. I'm just saying.
They take a lot of shots for their whole team depends on them. I don't know. It's going to be difficult for them to transition unless they do what Harden and Kyrie are doing.
And so, like I said, it's kind of the situation where if you put all your eggs in one basket in the Bradley Beal, you're going to trade so many assets for Bradley Beal. And that's not a move this team needs to make because we're not close to winning a championship. Like I said, that's a team that a championship contender makes. Like if Philadelphia made that, they'd be like, oh, well, Philadelphia's all in to win a championship.
Like people want to – I feel like some people just – like we're actually getting to something right now. Like we were doing garbage like for years. And now that we're finally doing something, people want to trade all our assets to get one person in hopes of getting some other free agent. And I feel like they just got to calm down. We're trying to rush it a lot more than like right now. I think we're at a good stage. I think that, okay, if we make a small move, like if we get for me personally, the thing that I want to get is like a wing player. Like, I mean, I would be fine like with trading away Burks or Bullock to get someone like a Terrence Ross. He's been playing better recently. Like he is a little inconsistent, but recently he's been balling. He's been doing good. Like someone like him or Will Barton, like I would be down to trade for them. But I feel like people just want to rush it and give up a lot of things for one player in hopes of us going up. Because if you want to trade RJ, it would make no sense. You want them to play with RJ and Randall. And just giving up that much would not put us in the spot that people expect us to be at.
I somewhat agree. I personally think we need a center myself. Um,
Yeah, a center and a wing until Mitch comes back.
well, I don't want to make this uh, Knox a night, but as I've been on record as saying, I believe we have a perfectly good wing right here on
Don't go
our
there,
roster.
man. No.
And so that's why I'm not in a big rush to get a wing because I feel like we have one.
I know, but I mean, I don't hate the player. I mean, I'm cool with the player, but like, I don't think he's gonna get the. I don't want to make it the Knox at 9 podcast.
You know, here's the thing about um, 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 I can't think of the word I want to use.
You just want a center.
Well, it's not just wanting a center, right? It's I feel if we could get Carl Anthony Towns, Carl
I heard
Anthony
this
Towns
earlier.
solves more than what Bradley Beal or Zach LaVine or anyone else.
Yeah, but then we have no rim protection.
Carl Anthony Towns averaged like 2 blocks a game.
I understand that, but rim protection is not blocks. Rim protection is defense. And Julius Randle and Karl Anthony Towns is not a good power forward center combo defensively in the paint or perimeter wise.
So you're saying that Mitchell Robinson?
I mean, I'll definitely take Karl Anthony Towns
better-
over Mitchell Robinson. I get that. I'm just saying that it would be a bad defensive combo.
I personally think that you can sacrifice a little bit of defense when you're the worst offensive team in the basketball.
But
Well, technically, we aren't the worst. We're 25th in offensive rating.
How
If
many
you go
points
off
per
tape.
game do we scare?
It's bad, bro. I understand it's bad. I'm just saying. I mean, we're up there in defense too, and I feel like you're almost trading the defense for the offense. I mean, the offense probably is bigger than the defense you trade off, but at the same time, I just feel like it's a bad combo, man. I mean, I personally, if I could in 2023 when Jokic and Embiid are free agents, I'd rather just go after them. I know it sounds unrealistic, but I'm just saying I'd probably rather go after them in 2023. And then if I can't get them, go after a trade like for Karl Anthony Towns. That's just me. I feel like we need defense at center with Julius Randle at power forward, who's not a good defensive player. I mean, he's not bad. He's gotten better this season, but he's really more of just an average defensive power forward.
So
At that.
let me
Yeah,
get this straight. You want to put all your eggs in being the best defensive team, and that's gotten us where?
Playoffs?
We're not in the playoffs yet. So
Well, right now we're the 7th seed. We're a playoff team.
So we're the 7th seed right now as the best defensive team in the league, right? So
I
we
think we're
added
third.
Carl Anthony
Yeah.
Towns. You think we'd be higher than 7th?
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree that Karl Anthony Towns is a better center than what we got right now, or
So let me
anybody
get this
that we
straight.
got,
So
the other player. But
So if we substituted one player for the other, we'd be a better team.
we'd be a better team, but not a
overall.
championship team.
Are we a
what
championship
I'm
team
getting
with
at.
Mitchell Robinson?
No,
Wait.
we wouldn't be.
Wait though, but
But
Kev,
I don't think Mitchell Robinson is a piece to a championship team.
Are we a championship team with Bradley Beal?
no.
No, I think
Are we
honestly,
a
in my
championship team
opinion,
with Zach LaVine?
no. Wait, can I state something real quick though? In my opinion, there's only one way to win a championship. You have to have one of Kawhi Leonard, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Stephen Curry. If you don't have one of those 5 players, you're not winning a championship, in my opinion. You have to get one of them. Otherwise, in my opinion, you're not winning a championship. Because they have won all the championships since, I don't know, like since Dallas last won. They had Dirk Nowitzki, who's currently retired.
Well,
So since then, they've won all of the championships. So if you don't have one of those players, unless you have some elite core of like 4 All-Stars, I don't think you're winning a championship.
so what you're saying is it's irrelevant for about 26 other teams to play basketball.
Honestly, no. I mean, basketball's not
That's
all
what
about
you're saying.
championships,
You're
but I'm
saying
without
it's irrelevant.
championships, in my opinion.
I don't feel like that's.
Have you ever seen one?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen a championship with this team?
No, I'm 23.
So you haven't seen the championship, but you're all about championships.
That's a fair point. I'm just saying, man. I want to win a championship, bro. I'm sorry, I do.
That's
I don't
great.
really care that much about winning. I understand that.
Win a championship.
I understand that, but I want to win a championship, and I want to get one of those 5 players, or make an elite core of Julius Randle, Bradley Beal, and hey, if Joel Embiid might be able to get into that top 5. I think Jokic might be able to get into that top 5 of those championship level players. If I can go after one of them, or if I can go after Kawhi Leonard, I'm doing it, man. I'm sorry. I mean, if I'd rather a 33% chance of getting Kawhi if I get Bradley Beal than just building with this young core and hoping I get the next LeBron James, because that's probably not happening.
Here's the thing. Building a championship team is more about one player, right? So if you get, it's about the accumulation of talent.
Mm-hmm.
And
honestly, the accumulation of talent, I'd say having a couple talented players, but yes.
So you don't have to be. Here's the thing: there's a difference between winning a championship and being a contender to win a championship. And if you feel like someone of Karl Anthony Towns' pedigree, because we all believe that he's probably a top 5 center in basketball, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
If you add that, and you may not get a Kawhi or Durant or LeBron or Anthony Davis or Steph Curry, let's be realistic. That's probably not going to. Their players probably won't be in a Knicks. That's just, and this is being honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're like old and over the hill or something, and LeBron's like 37 or 30, 37.
I think he's 36. Might be 37.
36. So you're not going to get any of those players. So the best that you can do is be a contender. And I feel like Karl Anthony Towns, it will put us in a position that we can match up with teams with Embiid. Or we can match up with teams with Jokic. Because
offensively, yes. Defensively, I don't think so. Offensively, yes. Defensively, I don't agree.
Well, defensively, Jokic isn't a great defender either. So let's not pretend like he's.
No, he's not. But I also think he's a much better center than Karl Anthony Towns is.
I mean, yeah, but if you're talking about just defense, like Jokic isn't a defensive player. So
he's not. But I would say he's slightly below average.
But here's the thing: you can't be. It's about defense, or it's about the talent of the player. If it's about the talent of the player, you would take Karl Anthony Towns.
I understand that. Karl Anthony Towns isn't like an MVP candidate. Jokic is an MVP candidate level player.
But that's great. But who has the better chances of becoming available, Jokic or Karl Anthony Towns?
Oh, Karl Anthony Towns is on a much worse team, of course. I'm just saying, Karl Anthony Towns, in my mind, is a number 2 option on a championship team. You can't be your number 1. So if we get Karl Anthony Towns, we put all our eggs into the Karl Anthony Towns basket, then at that point, I feel like I guess it could work if we still have cap room. But if we don't have cap room, we're screwed.
Well, the thing about it is this. It's getting the players that you know that you can get. If you know that Jokic probably isn't going to leave, and you feel like, okay, these are the top players, and I know that I might want this player, but I can't get this player, but I can get this player. You take the best available talent or no talent at all. Those are the 2 options.
Yeah. Yeah, you make a good point, man. I can't argue that. I'm just saying I think he's a number 2.
And I'm not saying that he's a championship piece. I'm saying if he's the best available option to make your team better, then that's when you go get the best available option.
That's fair. I just don't want to give up like Randle on the whole core for Karl Anthony Towns, who I think is at best second option on a championship team. But if we can do it for a good price,
but here's the thing. You sit here and you talk about Julius Randle, but would Julius Randle be the number 1 option on the championship
No,
team?
I think he's a number 3. I think he's a 2B, really good number 3, like a Chris Bosh.
But you're making it sound like Julius Randle is like that piece.
No, I'm not saying he's that piece. I'm just saying he's a piece to a championship core.
But this is why I feel, and I said it, I don't know if you were watching at the beginning when I said I would trade Julius Randle for Karl Anthony.
No, I didn't hear that part, man.
You said Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson.
Yes.
I heard Freezy say it, but I didn't hear you say it.
This is the logic behind me saying I would trade Julius Randle and Mitch, a package of Julius and Mitch. That's what they wanted because they need an all-star player plus a center. Okay. It's Leon Rose's mindset because Leon Rose is not attached to Mitchell Robinson and or Julius Randle. He's attached to Obi Toppin. And so it's killing two birds with one stone because you're still getting the same level of offensive production, right? That you would substitute Karl-Anthony Towns with Julius Randle for, right? You would still get that same level of offensive production.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not losing anything in that transfer, technically speaking. You're not.
I think you are, though. I'd much rather give up picks, man. At this point, I really want to go after, those high-level free agents. And I think if we have a core of Karl-Anthony Towns and a Randle, I think we can say, hey, we have a max slot. If we put you in here, we think we can win a championship with those two players.
Well, I think you would have to give up Julius. And this is like an off-season kind of thing. And the only reason I say that is because of this. Like I said, offensively, there's no other free agent. There's not a free agent next year or the year after that's any relevance of coming here, right? That's going to put you over the top. This is not.
Besides Kawhi.
I mean, but if he resigns with the Clippers, it's not one.
No, if he does, yeah, obviously. I'm just saying.
And so there's no other free agent that you could get that's going to put you over the top like that.
No.
Kevin Durant.
Not until 2023. Not until 2023.
So you switch Karl-Anthony Towns for Julius Randle. You give him a Mitch or whatever, some kind of package, and you give him a pick. And this is where the Leon Rose factor comes into this. Because Leon Rose drafted Obi Toppin, you have an opportunity to insert Obi Toppin into that role. And before anyone says, oh, he's not going to give you Julius Randle's production, no one is asking Obi Toppin to give you Julius Randle's production because that's what you have Karl-Anthony Towns for. What you can do is if Obi Toppin can come in and get you like 15-7 as a starting power forward in his first year starting to go along with like the 24-12 that Karl-Anthony Towns is going to get you, then that's a win-win situation because what you're substituting is not Julius Randle, is Mitchell Robinson's production. And if Obi Toppin can give you more production than what Mitchell Robinson gave you, then it's a win all around. And you can sit here and say they're not going to be good defensively.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's fine. Because you can still, Tom Thibodeau, I'm pretty sure, can make it work.
All right,
I don't know if anybody can make that work
go ahead,
defensively, man. Obi
All
Toppin and Cat, that's bad.
So
that's real bad defensively, bro.
I think that, you see, did you watch the podcast with JJ Redick and Julius Randle?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait, let me say it. Okay, so basically he said that during the offseason when they were looking for a new coach, they asked Julius Randle what type of coach he wants. So that kind of makes you think that they're kind of attached to Julius Randle. That's the player that built off. Like, you see, if Tibbs was here and Julius Randle wasn't here, right? Nobody would be talking about the Knicks. The Knicks would be garbage, right? If you trade the player that basically is like making the team what it is right now. He's like, for us right now, he is our best player. He's the one that is helping out. He's helping us score. He's doing all this stuff. If you trade him for Cat, that kind of like defeats what our culture is right now with Julius Randle. And
what is our culture right now?
We're building it around Julius Randle right now, and our
but
team
what is the culture?
Like I'm saying, in a sense, as our team right now, if we would trade the person that made this team what it is, and like people are actually looking at it, and you trade Cat into it, Cat would not do better than Julius Randle would do with our team.
How would you know?
Look at the team he has.
Look at the team he has. That's a G League team.
They have Malik Beasley, who is a 20 points per game scorer. They have Cat, who averages like 20 something and 10. Anthony Edwards is a rookie, right? And then they just have like decent centers off the bench. They have a decent defender in Josh Okogie, whatever. They have Vanderbilt. That team, I would say that he, with that team, should do better than their record is, definitely. But if he's on our team, I don't think he would do better at all. Julius Randle is our
Do you know how
foundation.
many games Carlton Towns has played this year?
Yeah, he played like 10 games.
So he's played 10 games. Do you think had he played all the games, they'd be as bad as they are?
I'll say they'll get a few more wins, yeah. But I'm just saying that if you have Cat on our
And
team,
then, how many games has D'Angelo Russell played?
a few also.
So do you think if they had Carlton Towns and D'Angelo Russell, they'd be better?
Yeah, they'd be better. But I'm saying if you just take Cat and put it on this team, it would not be. I definitely don't think it would be as good as what Randall
But
has.
what is Julius Randle doing that Karl Anthony Towns isn't doing?
I just think he fits better for our team and what our team is.
But what is
I
he
don't
doing
think
differently?
I don't think Cat would be better. Say that
What
again?
is he doing differently?
I mean, I don't know what the thing is, but I just feel like they just work better together. I don't think Cat would work better on our team.
Because here's the thing, I mean, and this is the funny thing, right?
And we run it through Randall.
This is what's funny. We sit here and we act like Julius Randle has been doing this for years and years and years on the Knicks. When last year, the same Julius Randle, everybody wanted to get out of town. But now it's like, oh, we're going to build a team around Julius Randle. But everybody wanted him going just last year. Same person.
But the thing that I'm saying is, why trade the player that formed the team that it is right now? And like people, I don't know how to say, but why trade the person that made the foundation for your team this year? And like,
Is Julius Randle the person that made the foundation?
he is the main person, obviously with Tibbs too. But I'm just saying, like, he is the main player. Why trade him away? It would just
Okay.
make no. It would
Would you
defeat the purpose.
say, if I said you could trade Julius Randle for Kevin Durant, you were like, no, I want to keep Julius Randle.
I would trade him, but like, I just feel
No,
like
no,
Cat is not.
so
Cat
if
is
you
not like
said
that, like too big of a difference to our team. I don't think it would be too big of a difference. Just with how we seen him play, like not like just
exactly,
this.
you're saying because it's emotional, because Julius Randle is playing like an all-star, right? But Karl Anthony Towns has been playing like an all-star.
Yeah, and but the thing is that the team hasn't really done anything with that.
Mm-hmm.
This team
And
has
how
not
many
gotten better.
times
They've
has
been one
Julius
of the worst
Randle been to
teams
the playoffs in his
0
career?
times.
0 times.
But the thing is,
How
when
many
he
times? How
went
many teams have Julius Randle played on in
3
his career?
teams,
3 teams.
yes,
And Julius Randle's the kind of player you want to build around because he's had one good season.
I'm not even saying it just because of that.
You are saying it just because of that. Because
No,
you have
'cause
no other basis
I
of
feel
saying you want to
I
build
feel like
around Julius Randle.
I feel like our foundation with him right now, I feel like it would just work better. Cat, the only time Cat went to the playoffs, I'm pretty sure is when he had Jimmy Butler. We do not have a Jimmy Butler on our team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it would work well. That's just my opinion. I don't think it would work well.
Yeah.
That trade would just like I don't. I mean, I understand like he could be better in a way in like certain situations, but I wouldn't. I'd rather have Randall instead of trading Mitchell Robinson and Randall for Cat for our team.
So it's just the player. You have no qualms about trading Julius Randle. It's just the player you're trading Julius Randle for.
Yeah, I feel like for Cat it would just like I feel like in general I don't think we would trade him at all. I don't even think we're trading it because they said that he's part of our young core. But
There's been a lot of things that are said that people don't do.
Yeah, but
because if you don't recall, they were going to trade Julius Randle for Chris Paul just last year.
For Chris Paul, I have not heard that. I thought it was Knox and other people for him.
No, it was Julius Randle was going to be the key player in the trade for Chris Paul. But so they were just complaining because they drafted his replacement.
Yes, I know.
So they had every intention on trading Julius Randle just this past offseason.
I mean, you just said it yourself. You don't know if it's true or not. A lot of things are said, right?
No,
But
but
he said,
that was reported. That was the thing. But Chris Paul didn't want to come here. That's the only
yeah,
reason
because
Julius Randle is still a Knick right now.
I actually never heard of the trade for Julius Randle in that trade.
You should go back and look.
I did not see that at all. I must have not seen it, but I saw it was like Frank, Kevin Knox, a first round pick. That's what they were saying, but I don't know
Why
for
do
sure. I
people
can't remember.
feel like? Are you sure that's what you heard, or you just kind of said it because people are saying you're gonna trade Frank and Kevin Knox to somebody?
No, I actually saw that trade.
Hmm So let me
I'm
tell
pretty
you
sure that's what I'm
why a
saying. I don't
trade.
remember the trade exactly.
This is why they would have had to have traded Julius Randle, because Julius Randle is the only person that makes money that they can sit into absorb
Yeah, I know.
Chris Paul's. So it would have been inevitable they would have had to have traded Julius Randle for them to absorb Chris Paul.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I'm gonna be honest. I completely forgot about the Chris Paul things.
Exactly.
But
So
but
this comes from an organization that was just going to trade him, but he's the foundation.
but where did you even like hear that they said that they were gonna trade him? Like, oh, where are these reports coming from? Where did they come from?
What do you mean?
Like, was it from the team? Was it from well-known sources?
It's from
Because I
pretty
feel like
well-known sources that they wanted to get Chris Paul here, and the only reason Chris Paul didn't come here was because he wanted to be closer to his family. That's pretty much open document. That's everyone reported that.
okay, so you saying that you would trade like I said, like I feel like he's our foundation. That's why he's still here. He's having a great year, yeah, but I feel like they just trust him. He's here, and I feel like they wouldn't if they would trade for anyone, they're not trading him for Cat, because that would not be too big of a difference at all.
It would be if it opened up the spot for Obi Toppin, and that's the player that you're overlooking in all this is Julius Randle's replacement, who was drafted by Leon Rose.
I know, and I feel
You
like
think Leon Rose is going to sit around and have his prize rookie or prize the guy who he drafted, the guy who he wanted, who's his son's client, by the way, mind you, let's get that. That's Leon Rose's son's client.
really, I didn't know that.
Yes. So you think that he's just going to have Obi Toppin just riding the pine playing 10 minutes a game? And he just drafted him number 8 overall.
No, but that's the thing.
So
I'm
that
saying,
means that you would have to get rid of Julius Randle, right?
yeah. Like I was one of those people last year that wanted to trade him too, but now I obviously see that he's improved. He's doing better overall. But the thing also is that once they saw that he was doing better, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't trade him. At this point, he's playing like an all-star. They would not trade him for Cat.
So you're saying that all stars don't get traded?
No, they do get traded, but I feel like the foundation, Julius Randle, not get traded. I don't think they would trade him at all. They
Mm-hmm.
would. I know definitely if calls come up, I feel like they would definitely take the calls, see what his value is, just to test it out. Because you would want to know what the value of your players are, what you could get. Maybe in the future, they decide to trade him for good pieces, a good young player, something like that. I just feel like, in my opinion, to trade for someone like it's kind of in his position, yeah. But if I want to trade someone, I want to trade for someone like Beal per se, just because it's like I feel like power forward center. I rather have people that are good on shooting guard and power forward, right? Not a center and a power forward.
But you would still have RJ.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But RJ is still young. He's not gonna give you what you want him to give you right away. We don't know what he's gonna be yet. But you
So
want someone that
RJ
you
has
know is
made
good.
a big move this year, right? He's progressed. Do you think that he'll continue to progress?
Say that again. My bad.
Do you think that RJ will continue to progress and get better?
Yeah, I
So
think I
RJ
think
is
if he
going to
keeps
continue to progress and get better. And so you already have him at the 2 guard,
yeah, but
and you bring in Carl Anthony Towns, and you still have a power forward. It seems like
No, I know what you're saying. I see where you're going. Like, but the thing is, I feel like we need Obi. I don't think he's gonna do good right now. Even if he's in the starting lineup, let's say it's Cat, Obi, and RJ, right? I don't really see Obi doing too well. I feel
Well,
like
next year,
next year, hopefully he improves. I think Obi is gonna be. I don't think he's gonna be a bad player at all. I think he's gonna be at least decent player in the NBA. But
how would you know if he's only playing like 10 minutes a game?
no, I'm just saying what I think he's gonna be. Not like just that. Just what I think is gonna happen. Because like some people think this player is gonna be a buzz. That's just who I think is gonna be a decent player for us as years go by. And obviously he can't get the minutes because Randall is playing. You can't get minutes behind Randall.
And do you think that that's going to change?
I don't think it's gonna change. I think
So,
even though Leon
how
Rose,
are you going to get the best out of Obi Toppin if he's only playing like 10 to 15 minutes a game?
right now is the best opportunity for him because, I mean, they didn't play it this game, but they played small ball the other game.
So,
And
moving forward, again, how are you going to get the best out of Obi Toppin?
I think, I don't know, that's the thing. Because with Randall there, he definitely can't get over 20 minutes. But I feel like if they do trade, I feel like he would be the one that goes out just because they wouldn't
It'll
want
be
to
Obi Toppin, the guy who Leon Rose drafted, and not a guy who can probably get the biggest package back in Julius Randle.
Yeah, because I don't think that we trade our best player for Obi Toppin, even though Leon Rose.
But you're not trading. But you would be trading him for another All-Star.
Yeah, but I don't think we would do that.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we're stuck with Randall.
How are you
I feel
stuck
like they
with him if you feel you can get another player for him?
Because I feel like the team right now in Tibbs, I feel like they're attached to him.
How when they were just going to trade him for Chris Paul?
Yeah, but that was before. That was in the off season.
Yeah, so how
Now
are they
it's
attached
different.
to him? But I'm asking, how is it different?
I mean, I don't know what to tell you except that before they obviously wanted to trade him because he even said himself in the podcast. He said that he let everyone down. He let himself down because that was one of the years that he didn't get better in his career. As years went by, he got better. He started shooting threes. He's shooting 40% from three, which is crazy. He's shooting like 81% from the free throw line. He's shooting good percentages. He's dropping like 23, 11, and like it's like 5.5, something like that now because he hasn't gotten as many assists. And getting that from a big man is insane to get. Especially Julius Randle going from last year to this year, you definitely can see why they did not trade him.
Hey, you mind if I jump in a little bit?
Go ahead,
You mind if
Breezy.
I jump in a little bit?
Because I was actually about to hit you up because I'm like, I'm saying on tonight.
Yeah, well, let me say this. First of all, you badgering the witness. How you gonna ask that man the same question 11 times in a row? You know what I'm saying?
The same thing, and
I'm teaching the young man, Freezy. I'm teaching him because right now all he's saying is overpaying can't shoot.
But my man didn't ask to be taught though. So secondly,
you don't ask to be taught, Freezy. You just talk.
Yeah. But listen. So the thing is why are you trying to trade Julius Randle? You know what the optics of that is?
Yeah,
you know what the optics of that are like?
You're trading your best player.
What is the optics, Freezy?
The optics is this. It's the same old Knicks. LOL Knicks. As soon as they get their hands on a good player, they don't appreciate them and want to ship them out to Siberia for something they think is better. Right?
Well,
who wants to play for? Who wants to play a franchise like that? Nah. Let me get my little 2 cents in.
Okay, go ahead.
So who wants to play for a friend? Who want to play for a franchise like that? Like your superstar, the one that y'all developed into a superstar or to a star. Y'all don't even appreciate them. So the first opportunity you get to trade them for something, you just ship them off to Minnesota for a dude that you think is going to be better, right?
That's a bad image.
And then the dude that you're getting, he ain't even going to want to be here. Because he's like, yo, why y'all trading me there? Did you see what they just did to the starter they had? You know what I'm saying? How about this? How about Obi show you something? Anything first. Obi Toppin ain't showed you nothing. Obi Toppin ain't even played 20 minutes in a game yet. Right? And you talking about starting him? Really? How about Obi Toppin beat out Kevin Knox? Let's do that. How about Obi Toppin, you know what? Let's show us that you're better than Kevin Knox, and then I'll consider giving you more minutes.
That doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
Kevin Knox isn't
right
playing.
now, if you go by raw data, if you go by raw numbers, I think Kevin Knox does more in the minutes that he plays than Obi Toppin does in the minutes that he plays. Who can dispute it?
But you just said beat out a player who's not playing.
Right.
So how can you beat out a player that's not playing?
But what you not really see, that's why your argument is whack. Because if you remove Julius Randle, Kevin Knox would be getting minutes at the 4. What are we even talking about? Kevin Knox wouldn't get minutes if Julius Randle leaves?
That's right.
But here's the thing. If they wanted to play Kevin Knox at the 4, they would play Kevin Knox at the 4. But guess what? They're not. They're playing Obi Toppin at the 4.
Where are the minutes?
Who is the backup 4 on the New York Knicks?
All right. So
is it Kevin Knox or is it Obi Toppin?
Say it again.
Who's the backup 4 on the Knicks? Is it Obi Toppin or is it Kevin Knox?
Right.
Because you can't tell me to beat out a player that's not playing. Because clearly I'm better than this player. Because if you felt like this player was better than me, you would be playing him.
Right. Okay. So look at Obi's numbers in the minutes that he's playing versus Kevin Knox's numbers in the minutes that he when he was playing.
So why isn't Kevin Knox playing?
I don't know. I'm not David Fizdale. I'm not David Fizdale or Tom Thibodeau. I'm crazy.
Exactly.
Why do you want to trade Julius Randle? We don't know. You're not Leon Rose.
No, but your argument is Obi Toppin can't even beat out Kevin Knox when he clearly is. Because Obi Toppin is still playing and Kevin Knox isn't. Even though Kevin Knox is capable of playing Obi Toppin's position.
Okay. Let's get back to the nitty gritty though. The nitty gritty was you wanted to trade Julius Randle for some random reason, in order to let Obi play, right? Why? I don't understand. This is killing me. I was listening to it
because Obi Toppin was drafted number 8 by Leon Rose.
So what?
So what?
So your draft status don't mean anything once the draft is over. Once the draft is over, you're an NBA player.
Let me ask you something. Are you going to get the same level of production that you would probably get from Karl Anthony Towns that you get from Julius Randle? Maybe more,
would you have said that if Leon Rose would you have said that if Leon Rose drafted Obi Toppin at 15? No, you wouldn't.
This is what
would
I
you
know.
Have said that if they drafted Obi Toppin at 12? No, you wouldn't
Did
have.
Leon Rose want to move up for Obi Toppin?
Yeah,
that was the rumor, but we don't know that it's fact.
Yeah, we don't know for
sure.
You
heard that out of Leon Rose's mouth.
We haven't heard anything from Leon Rose. All we can do is what was reported. So the report says they were going to move up because they liked Obi Toppin. That's a player who they wanted was Obi Toppin. The player that they ended up getting was a player that they liked. All I had to know, only thing I need to know is the reaction Leon Rose had when he drafted Obi Toppin. And you saw it, I saw it, and everyone else saw it too. That's the player that Leon Rose wanted. So he got him. And he tried. And we all can sit here and say, oh, whatever. But we all know they tried to trade Julius Randle. And it didn't work. It didn't happen.
Are they trying to trade Julius Randle right now?
But we know that they did at one point in time did.
No,
those are facts.
You
so
like
at one point in time, they tried to trade their franchise player. That's what I know. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that they still won't trade him.
But
Because the guy who they got it thought, the guy who's running the team thought the guy they drafted could come in and replace him. Granted, he has proven a lot of people wrong and has had a great season. But it doesn't change the fact that Leon Rose believes in Obi Toppin. And the only person's opinion that matters is Leon Rose's.
okay, so the part that you were talking about that they wanted to trade their franchise player. Last year he was not our franchise player. He wasn't really playing that well. Like we said, he was getting a lot of turnovers. Wasn't really making the team better.
So what if this is peak Julius Randle? Like, what is this? Is this is the best that Julius Randle is going to be?
You never know.
We don't know. But this is what
Just
I do
like for
know.
Obi, you
I
don't
do know that this isn't peak Obi Toppin. I know that much. That's obvious. But what isn't obvious is maybe this is just the best that Julius Randle is going to be. Maybe his trade value is really, really high right now. And you want to strike while the iron is hot.
But the thing is, how would you're just assuming that this is his best year and that he can't get better. I definitely think he could get better. You never know what could happen.
I mean, that's just a gamble that you'd have to take.
Hey,
Yeah,
get
and
him, young
I
fella.
I'm just saying. So you're going to sit here and say that you believe that Julius Randle can get better, right? That means again he has a really high trade value.
Yeah, he
To
does.
open up a position for a guy that you wanted. Now I'm pretty sure that Leon Rose didn't draft Obi Toppin to be playing 10 to 15 minutes a game.
Yeah, but the thing is, after seeing how Randall has been producing, what would make you think that he would trade him?
Because it's a business at the
Even
end of
if
the day.
it,
That's why.
I know it's a business, but you think that he would, he would just trade the foundation, our best player.
Has it ever happened before?
That happened before, but I'm talking about in our situation.
Once. In our situation, has it ever happened to the Knicks? Has that ever happened? Have we ever traded a player that was our foundation?
I mean, I don't remember, but
You don't remember? Did Carmelo Anthony leave
yeah, he
on his
did get
own?
traded.
Did
He
Patrick
wanted to
Ewing?
get
Did
traded,
Patrick
didn't he?
Ewing leave?
I don't know about that one.
Oh, you don't know. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone would want to come if we trade him, because I feel like that's the reason why we
So
even
if you
think.
traded for hold on. Let me. You just said you don't think
So,
anyone.
so answer the question.
Hold
Kev,
on, no,
don't
no.
this ain't
I'm about to answer.
interrogation.
He just
No, this
said.
is no answer the question.
Hold on. He just said nobody would want to come here if we traded him.
I'm saying that. Okay,
Who's
so
coming here exactly? Who's been coming here?
I'm saying if you want to build a team, you're not trading Julius Randle. You're trading for someone to play with Julius Randle.
Like who? Because who's came here? That I'll wait.
Obviously, no one has came here so far, but I'm just saying if you would
And
do
over the
something,
next 2
you
to
would do
3
that.
years, who is of any relevance to come here?
I don't
Nobody.
know.
Nobody.
Just like if Kel was here, no one really went to the.
I'm going to
Wolves.
ask you a straightforward question. Who's a better player, Karl-Anthony Towns or Julius Randle?
Cat. But
So
recently,
I would rather start my franchise around a better player.
yeah, but you're not starting your franchise right now. We're already at a point where Randall is already working with us. He's working in our system.
And you don't trade players to get better? That doesn't happen?
Yeah, but why trade someone like Julius Randle and you said like Mitch Robinson, right? To get someone that's like it's not even that big of a difference. Like this year I would take Randall. over Cat, obviously.
Hey, boss. Hey, can you hear me?
So yeah,
Hey, don't let Hoodie Kev put that fake mojo on you. See, he did the old switcheroo. Like he legit said, who's the better player, Cat or Julius Randle? But in a trade, you would not trade Julius Randle for Anthony Towns straight up. In a trade, you would trade Julius Randle plus other assets. So what he
yeah,
should have asked is who is the better player? Carl Anthony Towns, Julius Randle, those 3 first-round picks, R.J. Barrett and Mitch, because that's what it would take to get a Carl Anthony Towns. At least it may take 4 first-round picks, but he's pulling the okey doke on you. You know what I'm saying? And if you
yeah,
if you take that into account, say we get Jonathan Kuminga and Scotty Barnes, and then say B.J. Boston or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So now you're like, well, who has the better upside? Carl Anthony Towns or Julius Randle, Jonathan Kuminga,
yeah,
B.J.
players.
Boston, and yeah, those draft picks, and say your Mitchell Robinson and whoever else you gave up in a trade. He's trying to pull an okey doke on us.
Yeah, but I was just saying that because the trade that he said was Mitchell Robinson and Randall.
Breezy,
Yeah,
how in
man.
the
Kev,
world
Kev,
do you
Kev
get on me?
badgering the
Don't
witness.
coach the kid. Don't coach the kid. But that's what you're doing.
No, man. Well, for one, we're all Knicks fans. It don't Our age don't matter.
But you just told me don't coach the kid, and that's what you're doing.
Oh, I said don't badger the witness. You legit
And
ask
I
him questions
said,
and cut him off
and
before you
and
answer.
and I
Just
said,
like you're doing right now. Like before you let people answer, you cut them off because you want to be right, but you're wrong. You're wrong. There's two left shoes on this. This whole trade Julius Randle thing is ridiculous, man. Get off of that. You love the kid so much that you willing
Stop.
to destroy the team. You want to destroy the team just to let the young kids play?
how is that destroying the team getting Carl Anthony Towns? How is it destroying a team getting Carl Anthony Towns?
Disturbing the momentum and what the team chemistry is.
The 7th seed, you're destroying the chemistry of the 7th seed.
I mean, that's better than nothing. He has not done good.
Who's not been good? Carl Anthony Towns?
His team.
Again, you need to, when Julius Randle actually plays in a playoff game, then we can have a conversation.
Okay.
Because from my recollection, Carl Anthony Towns has been to the playoffs. And you can sit here and say he's had Jimmy Butler, he had a man on the moon, whoever. Carl Anthony Towns has played in the playoffs. Julius Randle has not played in the playoffs. With Anthony Davis, with Drew Holiday, with JJ
Yeah,
Redick.
I know you. Yeah, I
And if
know
I'm
good and
if
well you ain't
I'm
talking about Carl
making
Anthony
something
Towns in the
up,
playoffs.
if I'm making something up, we can stop me.
Hoodie,
But I believe
Kev, I
I'm
know good
speaking
and well.
facts.
Kev, I know good and well you ain't talking about Carl Anthony Towns in the playoffs. When the one time he looked terrible. The one time he looked terrible. He got housed. His numbers on
Terrible.
average went down by 10 points. Terrible.
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 I don't think he looked terrible.
Terrible. No,
I don't know about all
well,
that.
that's because you want to. That's because you want to make a case. But the Rockets and Clint Capella made that dude look way beyond below average. That dude was terrible in the playoffs. That dude was terrible. Are you
Let me
serious
pull
now?
up his playoff stats. Playoffs. Give me 1 second. Okay, so
All right.
in 5 games, hold on. I don't know if this is gonna tell me. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, he had 8 points, 5 points, 18 points, 22, and 23.
That seems like okay numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, he started off slow, but it picked it up at the end. So basically, an average, he had 15 points and 13 rebounds. And that's because he started off 8 points. And then had 3 games of 20 plus.
Okay.
So
He had 2 games of 20 plus. That's it.
So wait, say that again.
He had 8, 5, 18, 22, and 23.
Okay, so 18, 22, and 23. And 13 rebounds to go with that, too. So,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
That sounds like an average way in the playoffs, except the rebounds.
So,
His offense was not.
if Julius Randle, let's say we match up with like Milwaukee, right? He has to go against Giannis for a series. And he averages like 17 points against Milwaukee. What are we going to say about Julius Randle?
I mean, the only reason we're bringing it up is because you're making it seem as if Cat is.
I'm asking a question. What if he averages below average in his first ever playoff series?
It's obviously not going to be that good.
And what are we going to say?
I mean, I don't know. Like, what would you say if like for Cat doing this? What are you going to say about that?
No, I'm not asking about Cat. I'm asking about Julius Randle because Julius Randle's foundation. So what are you going to say?
Hey, stop being nice to him, young fella. Hey, stop being nice to him, big fella. His argument is whack. Just go ahead and play him. You ever play video game? You know when your opponent is base, and you can go ahead and finish him. Finish him.
Listen, he ain't Scorpion.
His argument is whack.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can give the same argument if Randall would do bad. I mean, even if he does average 17, that would still be better than what Cat did.
And but again, like I said, what are we going to say if he averages below average?
Don't even follow that up because he's like, hypothetically, what if he plays bad?
I mean, here's the thing. You know why? You know why it's hypothetical? Oh, because Julius Randle's never played in the playoffs before. That's right. That's why it's hypothetical because we have no idea what we're going to get from Julius Randle in the playoffs.
Right.
That's why it's a hypothetical.
Right. Yep.
Because I can't click on any link that shows Julius Randle's playoff stats.
Right. Right.
But guess what? I can click on the show. I can click on something that says Karl Anthony Towns' playoff stats, good or bad. I can click on that.
But the fact that you keep bringing up a whack argument means you have no argument at all.
How is that not an argument?
Because you said that like 5 times already.
Okay. Did Julius Randle play on a team?
Did Julius Randle that made the playoffs? You said that 6 times already.
Did he play on a team with Anthony Davis and Drew Holiday and Nikola Mirotic and Christian Wood? Did he play on those teams? And his best friend Elbert Payton? Did they play on a team together? And did they make the playoffs with Anthony Davis and Drew Holiday?
Yeah.
If you know the answer, to your question, you need to answer it. Because we're not on trial here.
No.
So what's your okay then? But you just said the same thing 7 times.
The thing about it is, I would take Karl Anthony Towns any day and twice on Sunday ahead of Julius Randle. If I was building a team, and like if it was like a draft or whatever, and it was my turn, and I had Julius Randle or Karl Anthony Towns, I'm taking Karl Anthony Towns.
Right.
And me personally, I can't say about anything else.
Saying the same thing 15 times don't make it right. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying this argument sounds whack. This thing sounds whack to me because for one, you're not trading. The argument, this argument sounds whack to me because you're not gonna trade Karl Anthony Towns for Julius Randle straight up.
No, you wouldn't.
Or you? No. No. But why are you leaving out the other components of the trade? Because you want this to be conveniently about Karl Anthony Towns and Julius Randle.
So what if you can get Ricky Rubio in it too? Would you do it then?
I'm just saying.
Huh?
I'm just saying.
So
You
what
would.
if it was like Julius, Mitch, and like some picks, and you can get Karl Anthony Towns and Ricky Rubio, and you Uncle Freezy didn't have to see Elfrid Payton anymore as in a Knicks jersey.
Okay.
Hey
man, I'm gonna just say this. Every time you see, every time Elfrid Payton shoot, broken backball gets his wings. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're not wrong.
So I don't think you would have any objections. That's what it sounds like.
No. What I'm saying is I wanted to rock with the argument, but it sounds like you're trying to lead the other fellow along. You're trying to lead Big Boy along with your argument just because you need somebody to be on your side. All you had to do was say, yeah, because you even asked him his age. You was like, yo, how old are you?
I was asking him his age because I wanted to tell a story about something that happened before his time. And I just didn't know if it was before his time or not. That's my thing. I wanted to know if it was before his time or not.
Right.
It wasn't. I wasn't trying to be mean or disrespectful. I was going like, okay, I don't know. Do you remember this time when we had this player? That's why I asked him his age.
Right.
It wasn't about being disrespectful. It was about, do you remember the Patrick Ewing age? Arrow.
I don't know. Okay. I'm just saying, if you want Karl Anthony Towns, just say you want Karl Anthony Towns. Why you got to drag one man to?
I want Karl Anthony Towns. And if it takes me giving up Julius Randle to do it, so be it.
Hey, be careful. I don't know, man. Sounds like you bugging at me.
Listen, what's bugging is someone saying, let's trade Kevin Knox for Kawhi Leonard. That's bugging.
Yeah.
But you don't get on here and say, oh, you bugging on that.
No, definitely. I don't think any of that is gonna happen. Like the Kawhi stuff, I mean, there's definitely a chance that it could happen. It's definitely a lot more unlikely than not than happening. It's a big dream to have.
That's all I'm saying. But I think Karl Anthony Towns coming to New York. Who was his agency? Hold on.
It's your opinion. Your opinion. Do you see us changing the lineup next game?
Oh snap! So Karl Anthony Towns went to Kentucky, and guess who his agency is?
CAA.
Oh my God! Hey, who is our team president used to work for?
I'm not even gonna answer anything.
Hey, let me ask you another question. How many players on this current team either went to a certain school or is represented by a certain agency?
Julius Randle is one of them too.
Who's from New York?
He's from New Jersey.
Same thing. Who says that from New Jersey?
Not the same thing.
Nobody says that from New Jersey.
Exactly, but he's from New Jersey. He's not from New York.
When people say come home, they don't say come home to New Jersey.
That's the Nets.
That's not even the Nets anymore. They don't even play in New Jersey. So you can't say it's the Nets.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not the same thing. New Jersey is not. It's not.
All I'm saying is, I'd rather have the better player.
Cousins is well good.
Freezy, where are you at? Because I'm about to get off. It's almost 4 a.m.
Yeah, I'm tired too. To be honest.
What they call him
Santa.
on the phone.
All right.
So everyone, I think Freezy's about to come in and end everything. I hope you've had a good Knicks at night. Tonight
Yeah,
we had
it
an
was interesting.
interesting win tonight. So our next game is Tuesday against Golden State at home. We beat a couple weeks ago in California.
RG dropped his career high that day.
So we will be back tomorrow night, 11:45.